Liquid. Cons of joining the ring. Tons of violence in Gora's art. Pros of joining the ring.
None.
Oh god. You get jumped by Roland. You get jumped by Roland. That's the pro. Pro for joining the ring. Oh fuck. None. Hello, Garchomp. Oh my god. Hi everyone. I'm a little tired today. Much apologies as we're yeah, I saw that Ricardo Cliff got revealed. Is he in game at this point, or was that the trailer? I apologize if I'm a little tired today. Oh god. Oh, I saw that Prime sub. Oh god! Thank you very much for the sub there, Dragon, and thank you for the sub, Garchomp. Comes out next week during the Bot Gap. We're never leaving H-Corp at this rate. Sorry, I just really like Keter 3. Valid, Keter 3 is really good. I already formed my fully dedicated mill team for his arrival. Stand by for my arrival, worm. Sorry, I've been watching a lot of Invincible recently because my partner and I have watched the series as it has come out, and we just finished season 4 like not too long ago. And then my roommate has a lady friend who is like, you need to watch the rest of the series, because he's been like enjoying a little bit of it, like kind of bits and pieces, and then like now it's like he's gonna have to like marathon through a lot of season 4. But we just watched the Conquest episode like last night at like 1 in the morning. I was up way too late last night. We had some wine. We had some wine, we had some chill, and, oh my god. I had wine, he had Angry Orchards, and I stole one of them, with his permission. And then, lo and behold, we were up until 3 in the fucking morning, talking about Invincible. So, it's a noon for me, at this point. I got up a little ways before this, but, like, I'm a little tired, I will admit. I will fully admit to being a little exhausted after some good goofs with the buds and the lads last night. I'm not tired, you're tired. But we still get on and we still do the good Intervallo, because we need to catch up with Limbus Company lore. It's been a minute. I'm gonna fully own up. Chat, get your daggers out, because I'm gonna go ahead and own up to me being a cringe-ass little baby. I have not progged my level. My season pass level is not great. I just realized we're not on the right screen. Hold on. One moment. Boop. And we're not on Limbus Company. Hold on. Boop. Throw your tomatoes as you will. I'm only at 143. I have been slacking on Limbus Company super fucking hard. Like, really hard. I've been trying to get some teams up and running at 60. Some of these are... I was like, I'm gonna put a burn team together. And, to be honest, finishing is enough. You have 32k lunacy. Yeah. I was like, I'm gonna get my burn team set up, because I really wanted to make like a burn tremor team with Meursalt, with thumb compo Meursalt. You have 32k lunacy, what the hell? This is called playing since launch and not rolling. Speaking of, oh no, wait, I yoinked her out of the dispense. I also need to grab Pink Claire and fucking eye emoji Gregor, but that's for another time. Now you can get 10 EXP looks in a single fight. Yeah, I did that. I did that a few times last yesterday. I've been poking and prodding Limbus Company more recently because I knew I was gonna stream and I didn't want chat to throw too many tomatoes at me. Hold on one sec. Actually, I do have reason to throw tomatoes at you. What reasons do you have to throw tomatoes at me? That reminds me, I need to get the setup for, I need to pull the trigger on Arch 2, our second Arch setup. I want to give everyone a week to get their games and stuff ready. Now that I think about it. What are you thinking about? I also have a mirror dungeon run that I'm going through. We're currently on floor 8. God help me. Maybe I should play to day 50 before I tell others to. Yeah, listen. I feel like if you're gonna be in there and being like, listen here, you gotta play to day 50. Is it the run? No, it is not the run. I have been looking in on Mirror Dungeon. So, again, feel free to chuck your tomatoes. I have never really done much for Mirror Dungeon past floor 5. Generally speaking, when I've done my Mirror Dungeons, I like to play with a variety of teams. Yeah, too bad you'll be shot in the head for not running the bonus currency units. I don't have most of the bonus currency units at the moment. If I'm doing a run past this, I'll run more bonus currency stuff. But like, I'm currently lacking Meursalt. Support, all right. Support. You're valid for. Thank you for the suggestion, but also like, meh, meh. What was I saying? Oh my god, sorry. I'm still like getting conscious. I should probably go make myself a very small cup of coffee. That way I have energy for this, because I'm already like kind of tired. I've got food coming, and that food might give me the kick in the pants I need to actually be like, huh, I'm conscious. Yeah, but in addition, rental. Yeah, that's valid. What was I saying? The Gore Slop Art Squad can. That's an incredible sentence. All right, well, I guess we have our nickname. Jesus Christ. It can bleed better than the actual fucking vampires. I don't need them to bleed better than the vampires. I'm just gonna run the vampires. Babel AP is decent. I finished a run a couple weeks ago, and it was actually not bad. Yeah, but then you have to play Babel. That's the problem. Don't get me started on Goreslop. Yeah, I've seen plenty of conversation about the new IDs on the Discord, and I've just been like, I'm not touching it. I don't know anything about. I feel like I am so. It's so weird being in my Discord and being like, I feel like I'm not the target audience for this conversation. Cause like I just find an ID I like and then I just use it. Like I like Thumb Capo. He's cool. But people are like, I can't wait to fucking throw what's her name? God damn it, where's my... Is this not my bleed team? Hello? Yeah, people are like, I can't wait to fucking chuck Barbara of La Mancha Land in the fucking garbage because she's doo-doo and I hate her. And I'm like, I don't... man, I guess. Like, I just like running the theme. I like the theme. And Reflect Trial is that time to lock the fuck in. Yeah, getting... I don't know anything that happens below like floor 8 of Mirror Dungeon. People have been like, dude, there's super bosses, and I'm like, what? And then it's like, no, dude, there's actually like extreme trials, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on right now. Have you met an art major? If they could do shit the Ring does and get away with it, they totally would. That's valid. But oh god, what was I mentioning? Yeah, that was the whole thing. It's just like, hello Game Boy. Thank you for following. The indestructible Game Boy has arrived. Say hello to fucking Sephiroth, creepily following the car. You're still in the infinite floors, not the infinite extreme floors. It's just, I need to read the, I need to study up on my my guide that people handed me. Goodbye. Yeah, floors 11 to 15 are extreme with optional super bosses of the Nurse Fathers. Yeah, I've seen that much. It's just floor 5 more times with harder mounting trials. Oh god. Cool. This shit is such gore slop. Okay. Let's I've been delaying for too long. Let's Oh. Okay. Cool. I'm now realizing that I haven't. MDE is beyond me. I'll just take my 10. I'll take my 10 just to feel something and claim my weeklies in peace. Valid. Nurse Father with no Vergilius, and she rolls 98 on dodge. Jesus. Are you ready for the new Heath ID? We finally got the boy. Ricardo Cliff is coming. That's the Reflect trial? Yeah, I heard someone mention that there's a crazy super boss thing. You need to catch up, word. You already sound like an old man with your old reliable teams. I am an old man. I'm pushing 30. Chad, I don't think you understand. I am old. Funeral. I don't like how the vibes on this music. Here talking about aura farming when you're getting your shit kicked in. Hello, Chris. Hello, Yin Young as well. I think I saw you pop up. I don't think I said hello. Don't tell Kira. Limbus finally gives us dedicated hard content. Finally. Twitter complains it's too hard. Of course! Of course! Did you just pronounce it funeral? Yeah, that's how it's pronounced. Are you stupid? Sorry, I'm 33. You're gonna make me crumble into dust. No, it's a mood. I am unk to the people that, like, tend to watch these streams, let's be honest. A lot of the people that hang out in here are like, listen here, I'm a skimmity rizzler. I like my Fortnite dances. The Roblox kids. Yes, the Roblox kids. I don't know how we have a Roblox audience, but here we go. It's not a funeral. Not with that attitude. I just like calling people unk because it's funny. They did this with pre-Nerf Lei Hung, despite the fact that fight was balanced. I think I only ever did post-Nerf Lei Hung. That just made my ears bleed words suffer. I don't know how we fucking wound up with a Roblox audience in the Discord, but here we are. Alright. The fucking night fight for the Arknights collab was fun, and then they nerfed it like a few hours after. Did they? It was fun already. That shit was kind of brutal. From what I gathered, there's a Roblox game mode that straight up has a one-to-one ripoff of Limbus characters and Millie music. Yeah. No, I know how we got here. I don't know how we got here. I know how, like, there's an odd mixture of Roblox and Project Moon. I don't know how they're in my audience. Like, I don't know how they wound up here. I thought they only nerfed normal LK. Not that I'm certain. I think it's been a bit. I don't recall. Please never do that again. Never do what again? I don't even know. You don't know the lore, you're just a LARPer. Oh my god. I still have no idea what chud means. I think I know what chud means. Yeah, searches YouTube for LobCorp lore. Searches my video for LobCorp lore. My video, which is wrong! Then see the dog. Oh no, you're so right. Oh, you're so right, Dragon. Wait a minute. Oh no, you're so right. Oh, I hate that. I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna keep making +1 death threats for the Wonder Lab video. I'm driving me to drink. That driving me to drink. Driving me to drink. The pipeline leads straight to its destination. True. I think I did see a reaction video that recently watched your LobCorp video. Ah! Ah! It's so... This is something I don't talk... hello? What the fuck? We go up. I'll worry about that later. Sorry, I was like, well, I can't go down into the rafters, but I wonder what we go up here. It's so weird that, like... It's so weird being perceived. Like, it's so weird being perceived on the internet by people I don't know, and then, like, people come in and they, like, know me. And, like, I don't know anything about them, but they have, like, preconceived judgments based off of a piece of content I put out 3 years ago. Like, it's just, it's so odd. Also, Bork, the dog does not enjoy the existence of whatever's outside. Bork, indeed. I can't stop that, so you guys are gonna have to deal with the dog vibes. The dog of judgment is anger. Thou art seen. Alright, I guess we're having a funeral. It's fun out here. Also, if you can't tell, I just popped up. Also in Medi's character analysis of rolling. Yeah! Yeah, no, I do remember that happening. I do remember seeing that. It was a very nice, it was a very nice shout out. That's the type of thing that makes me want to keep making content, is just people being like, hey, shout out to this guy, he's really cool. And I'm like, oh, hell yeah. And then, I don't like it when I get, death threats in my comment section from either not making content for long enough or making content on Wonder Lab, which people have just decided is complete dog shit now because the woke, I guess. Occupational hazard of being a content creator is being parasocial. I don't like it. It's weird. You are the person who did get me deeper into Project Moon, so congrats on being a gateway cultist. Yup, that's me. Yippee. And I know that I've probably got a delegation of vague parasocial haters that don't like me because of, what's it called? Because I allow LARPers to exist more consistently as a, as someone that gives brief rundowns of the lore so they don't have to play the game. I would really love to be able to claim that me putting out 2 episodes of the library videos and then stopping is actually a psyop where I make people go and play library. But like, it's not. I'm very tired. This is where I watch Martin die, Dante. TikTok. Don't worry, Unk, your time will come someday. Like, not as bad as being mad at HH for the same, but still. Yeah, no, I'm not going to get into the discussion about why people are weird about Wonder Lab. I understand there's a lot of critique in there that actually kind of is... There's a little bit of valid critique in there, but a lot of it is just fucking people being mean on the internet. Anyway. We're not discussing that right now. We're doing the Kanto. Let's do not the Kanto. We're doing the Intervallo. I don't know how long this is gonna be, by the way. I'm pretty sure I found your VOD channel before your actual channel. Good. That's because I still put up stuff on the VOD channel every once in a while, or I did. I haven't updated in a minute. We have an Intervallo? There's an Intervallo live? What the fuck? A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Oh god, that's right, I have to voice act this whole thing, don't I? Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Rousseau, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral processes and etiquette, all manner of questions and for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Did we get funeral sandwiches? That's real. Yeah, R.I.P. Martin and the LCE buds. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that benefits the occasion? Or that befits the occasion? Yeah, everyone, give us some Fs and O7s in chat. Yeah, at least Alyssa survived, yeah. Somehow, the suicide bomber ego wielder lived. Make that make sense. Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishii. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. His final act was making Callisto go, Zam! Valid. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp? Ah, thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead? Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Ophi Association's notarization otherwise. I've said this time and again, but it was just an what the fuck? But it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Lantern is a largely suicide ego, as we know. True. The magic of tears from giant eye ampules. just get healed, Lamau. She used the ABS ego before the battle, so she survived. True and real. Oh, God. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. Are we actually talking about this? Hold on, I kind of assumed that we were just leaving this to never be addressed, but like we're kind of talking about this. I had assumed like, good lord. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assumed that that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. Yeah, blank and blank also got uber erased. We've had a lot of, like, complete deletion of memory and, like, dimensional shit happen a few times. I'm glad that we're kind of addressing this, because it's been, like, what, 4 fucking cantos since we did Heathcliff's thing, and it's like, God, we're finally bringing this up again. Catherine edited the Gesellschaft. Now all files shall spread misinformation. No! Misinformation spread in a Discord? That would never happen. Blank got her. No, Blank, you're still here. That was Blank that we were talking about. No, Dante, funerals don't include a local syndicate gang attempting to cave your skull in with bats. I just thought that was the traditional setup. It's worth noting that even Amiya, someone who can read emotions, is confused about the Kathy deletion. Yeah, it seems pretty consistent. Who's Rem? He's the cute little guy from Deadlock. He's my spirit animal. He is a little dude that's eepy. That's what I wish to be in life. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time-offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died. After one night's sleep, the bodies were gone, just like that. Who's Catherine? Who? To be a little dude that's EP in this economy. The Golden Bows constantly spread misinformation to the Discord server and do immense vague posting at all times. Yes, the incident has occurred. Something just happened. Yeah, there's usually no body to bury anyway. Even you don't remember Rem. Who? Better than paying loads of money to bury him somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, all that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hongyuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Hohenheim scuffed and hung his head. Huh. Otiose foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. It's not that she deleted. Kathy was deleted, and the concept of anything being there in the first place is gone as well. Yup. Canto 6 is where Heathcliff is being fought for between Catherine and Catherine. Yes, yes. It's my favorite game, Catherine. Lest we forget the existence of Catherine, and Catherine. Don't let this new Intervallo distract you from the fact that our asses are still in Hongyuan. We are never leaving Chinatown. Yup. I honestly didn't think the city had the concept of funerals, but it makes sense. Yeah. Honestly. Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look. Oh, yeah. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now. Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Travel. Even the wilder that PM not Chinese and they don't let us escape China. I'm back in the fucking building again! Yeah, we're still in the corporation, right? That event. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Ah. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Fathers. Or the Thumb Nurse Father. There's only soup! We're in Hongyuan insofar as we're not allowed to know where LCH is, and H-Corp was the last place we've been on the map. Yeah. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So, you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. And I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while? Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you... It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation?! Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. There's another streamer who joked about Hohenheim eating a thesaurus and using overly complicated words, so now I see him and calls it as kindred spirits. He walked past Bina once, and it spread onto him like a cloud. Now it's just stuck to him like the smell of smoke in his hair. Especially considering that we're getting the nocturnal sweeping Bakgak, so even though we were going to be going shortly, we're getting thrown right back in. You acquired a little too much sauce, white boy. Time to go into the torture chamber. Into the blender. Like old lady solitude. Yeah, that's a better way to put it. That's a more Project Moon oriented way of putting it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent! For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. The truth is that Shock Centipede was actually an intellectual and we just don't know it. I feel like I should, anytime that Shock Centipede gets involved in anything in Limbus Company, I feel an intense personal urge to put on the Marv scream that Mandalore Gaming uses in all of his fucking reviews. The woo! Woo! From fucking Home Alone. I feel like that should just go off anytime that I use any Shock Centipede related anything. I imagine the Ghost of Kalta giving a thumbs up to Faust when she becomes the free thinker. Big brain. Welcome to the city. There is no safe word. Real. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get Boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do is thank us, and the least you could do to thank us is to be a good boy and cooperate. Ah, just in time. Our researchers are here. The safe word is in sweeper language. Yeah, the what, by the way? The huh? The Mirror World Ops are what? So the MWO crew from the LCA is where we get all the new IDs from. It seems to be. At least it's adjacent to it. Oh god. Now Thank you for the sub, Drago. Sinclair soon to be milk dry for all the knowledge on the sign. Are you telling me that Sinclair is about to be milked and called a good boy? What's happening? What's going on? Both level up in extraction tickets. Yeah, they just print all the stuff. Let's go! Yes, Alyssa, the sign is lower. Nani? That good shit word? Do you still have or get the third anniversary ticket? Yeah, I got the third anniversary ticket. I used it on Wanderer, Ryoshu. I'm telling the head. No, wait. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filing out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. It has a funny quote. You can throw it in the Discord if you'd like. I can see it later. Well, wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me! Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. Did you hear about the interview with the PM manager? I haven't pulled up if you want to know the new info. I mean, I heard people talk about it. I don't know all of the shit that got said in it. A lot of it seems kind of metagamey in terms of understanding some things that go on in the series, but I guess y'all can talk about it if you want. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You going with him? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery word for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book. Marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Flamed, you say? I mean, she is literally flaming. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. I wish that was a joke. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her drag steps, the researchers seized Sinclair and whisked, carried him, away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to get to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. I love the city I live in. Just let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sitters fanned out in different directions. They seemed to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. The only ones keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who'd been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft? You seem to have some spare time, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There is something I had intended to discuss with you in Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA, says CH. Wait a minute, did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whatever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstruction of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. That's fucking great. They yerked the German boy, and Ish protected him. But it's a trainee of the Mirror World Observatorium airing his complaints about why we can't just mass-produce the anniversary tickets only to get whisked away by LCA authorities. Valid, honestly. Can we put Cinerate in nondescript comically big grinder? Possibly. Put them into the blender. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause, as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a mole. You there, why don't you join us too? Eh? Dost thou speakest of me? The LCCA personnel who were cornered by Don Quixote and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backwards glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Holy run-on sentence, Batman. Jesus Christ. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance. Feed her to Mephi. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier than that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy request. How may I be of service to thee? Yep, he knows how to manipulate her, God bless. Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, now that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee, alloweth me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Cinerioshus. They are asking what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simply that the rationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. Ha! In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deemed that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and Cinema Number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Sounds like a yes. No wonder he is researcher chief. We're going into the back rooms. It's getting a movie and it's getting an Intervallo. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? HOSRA. You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help Faust? Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She has regained consciousness. Oh boy! Oh boy! Key/Ra! Dude, where the fuck is my lunch? This person has been stopped out on this one fucking road for ever. I don't know if my DoorDash is just not like reading it properly, but like, dude, I want my fucking food. I ordered this like an hour ago. Okay, no, it did just stop updating. Your DoorDash driver has fucking died. The surviving apprentice. Did I mention my Balder realization about Kira? Your DoorDash going through the sewers again. This is a very common occurrence. I'm just gonna close the DoorDash. It'll fucking show up. Time for the Gen Alpha speak. Everyone ready? The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. This place looks well-equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to know how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her through the Sinner's shared vision. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the process of the extraction? It hasn't begun, actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. You think because she got cut in half by a searing lava sword, it cauterized the wound, therefore saving the threat of severe bleeding? Time for cringing. I like Kira. I like her Gen Alpha cringe. Yeah, she does have quite a cool scar. Kira, what the skibbity happened to me, fam? Damn, Kira, toned and having abs despite a diet of toaster pastries and cup noodles is a feat in and of itself. The power of the middle, guys. It's wacky. Matthias' blade is named after the weapon Loki used to kill Balder, who is tied to white and shining. So Kira equals Balder in reference. Ha! I see. Oh no, I look cooler. That's Skibbity Riz, fam. Phantom Tax. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what you even doing here? There is work to be done contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable, imperturbable expression. What the fuck? Apparently the Limbus Company translators swallowed a dictionary too. Or a thesaurus. Levitain, if I remember correctly, is and isn't the weapon which killed Baldur. Different recordings of the same myth. Yeah, there's a lot of those. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. An expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. No, that's the thing, is it wasn't perturbed. Perturbed is a fairly common word. The word they used was... Oh, imperturbable. Okay, never mind. I guess I just haven't seen the version of... that version of perturbed used very frequently. I feel like there was another word you could have used there. Also, I don't think perturbed is necessarily commonly used. I will acknowledge it is a more commonly used word than I was anticipating with imperturbable. Yeah. So this is how Hohenheim is when he genuinely fucking hates your ass. Yeah. He just throws company terms at you. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt as if he'd traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. Ah, so you anticipated some form of a corporate-level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you, unlike your typical backstreet syndicates, such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat... Okay, good. And the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle, those two considerations are likely what increase your value in the eyes of the company. Right, that Kira got a bunch of people he worked with killed. Point already proven. One could say a sharp sword that will cut you in half. The ultimate form of hatred, corporate speak. Pray he doesn't pull a defenestration on us, God help us. Ha! Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. The cranium. A cadaver. Look at Kira's face. Yeah, she's, Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks and stimulations, and of course procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so frickin' annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. I can't wait for part 11 of Here's Limbus Inferno so you can go into Purgatorio prepared. And it's just this, but in your short style because Lola Mao. Hell yeah. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give us some push and bring her along. don't quite seem to be myself today. No disregard that. That, too, was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in thought when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Ha! Family coming from him? A middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out? That fucker Matthias. He was a GB only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me being his brat. Not surprising it's the ST for the bowl cut, too. Same? Tastes? Huh! Young Ryoshu, could it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. Just for that, said hit to do fuck all, by the way. Frontius. Not the cool racist uncle, just the normal racist uncle. So, what exactly is your point? The point is, you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ, or I'll SYNC right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quickly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. SYNC isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I'll get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked. Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like SYNC? That's so random. Who even says that? Ryoshu didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides... No, better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Ha! Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. That is, in fact, the DoorDash driver. Kira pulled herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you will find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. You should go get it? I mean, I guess. The guy dropped it off, so, like, I can go pick it up whenever. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna go grab it real quick. We will return in just a moment. Food obtained! Went and found the extraction and nominal ticket flavor texts. I never even thought to look at them before. That's crazy. Of course, every little thing in Project Moon's game has to be diegetic. Isn't it always? Isn't that why we love them? What the hell? I can't even uncheat it! You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Oh my god. I am so fucking hungry. And it's my favorite food. Dick's. The place is called Dick's Wings. We've been giving Kira a parental lock. I'm out. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. When I said when dicks fly, this isn't what I mean. Your favorite fruit is dicks? Yes. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us. Looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Kind of expected that. What do you mean you kind of expected that? Oh, hey, combat. Oh, with everyone, too. Let's clear this selection real quick. Lord. And then those two, and then Family Hierarch. C, Yul, Wei. And then the rest. Heal the roach, please. Let me guess. You're eating chicken? You like cock too? Damn right. Ishmael isn't with us. Why would it be fishy? Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. Ugh. Immediately the vibe is ominous. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people thither be? Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Yeah, Lethal Company, what the fuck? Wayfarer Company. A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasion, been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corps, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees also have taken to calling you the new L Corps, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember. That company vying to take W Corp's place, right? Uninteresting fact. Alan is named Alen in the files. Lethal Rooms Foundation, my favorite. The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. Alan was originally replaced with the sprite of Alan. Slightly interesting fact. Alan is also named Alan in the Jesus Christ. And these are the manager and the sitters of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort.
I understand. Field operations units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you've provided is more than sufficient.
Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Oh no, he's cute. Pleased to meet your acquaintance. The name is Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Well, likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. What's that product part about? Bring me my 5 product! The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her. But she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered me my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. Thank God Alan doesn't have the same intuition as Verg. This would go very poorly. He is referring to the Monolith Sales Project. The credit was attributed to the LCB as the express request of Mr. Herbert, T-Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We've reviewed the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. Damn, we actually got credit for something? That's fucked up. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk in his room. Robo-Unk. Robo-Unk. Oh no. Fun fact, another uninteresting fact, they forgot they changed Hubert's name from Hubert and called him Hubert here again. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's, gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some back streets area. The back streets. Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. What? That's literally all I've got, for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. Oh. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. Ah! I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou! What manner of discourtesy is this? Ah. But with all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. He has Uncanny Strike. Kane Office W. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. Rocket Punch! He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though. What was that? It exhibited behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. Let us resume the task at hand. Ryoshu, give team leader Alan whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But IHNI where they actually lead. It's all blurry. It seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past these doors. A what? I like to imagine he punched her like those lever-activated toy boxing figures. Just. All right then. I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Ryoshu mentioned. Ha! You don't trust me at all, huh? Then why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door appeared opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. Uh-oh. What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? Wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues, or perhaps taxidermied animals. That is horrible. Good lord. That looks like an Arknight's mob. It felt like a gallery of sorts. But it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit! The scale is just insane! That's the whale from Aid Association Great Lakes Special Issue! Kira, who'd seen beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They almost look alive. They're not, right? No, they're not alive, but... Duh. Though Robo-Unk did say that the ring had these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here's dead. Still looks sick, though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred of House Tepes. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items... Oh my god, look at those fucking tenders. Yeah, Tepish. That's very interesting. This casually has Dracula's eye. Castlevania. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the body. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism, probably a main studio, at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That presence, it's kind of like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. The furries have arrived. And not the chill type of furries. These are the... We gotta get out of here! We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal parts curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit you as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thriving flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavenously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right! Emily Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Word, you can't hit a woman. That's a woman?! Email. Got it. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse father's. Don't presume. I only remember you because of the tactility of hides and guts, made for a passable AW. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshi was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing. How much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members in incensed glare, sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. Sorry, that was more... That was more tender than I was expecting. Oh my god. Whew! I'm afraid that the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is, by its nature, a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. Hohenheim, stop thinking about Don's feet, you fucking freak. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshu's blade, Arayashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different.
Ah yes, instead of using the deranged blood fiend's power, we will use the deranged relic's power.
What could go wrong? Telling her that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite fascinating. It would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshu is the wielder of Arayashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us. But even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? It doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock. Think of that woman as Lei Hung, and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Arayashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the Maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. A masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arayashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste... Confusion flickered across Ryoshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock the House of Spiders used to bind the Arayashiki no longer exists, so why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? The Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshu recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the Maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshu's arm and her own as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess at what she was thinking. Notice, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What do you want about now? Ask any student and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The Maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine, likened with a chain, and the jaw, bound not by bone, but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire their structural refinement. The thrice-coiled ring on her finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with the sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, which better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of a monster. It's fucking, the first major deity boss from Elden Ring. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the Nurse Fathers, only more primal and untempered. A snake? A snake? Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go. Step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow... Ha! Shit! Was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her steel-sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit! This wasn't the plan at all! Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. There it is. Forefathers want it all! Bear witness! Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle. For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos on yourself. Aha! You must be the new kit Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it, they're defo gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Heh, must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head-on. So the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades! Authorized and ready. Lifting locks, now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again, and with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? 'Tis a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel! Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed throughout the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon erection. Everyone to the door. Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of sinner number 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realized that the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking diving in like that? You, don't just stand there, get over here now! Huh? But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... You TTM, wanna get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking the maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connections between the two back doors before the maestro could cross over. Bowl cut. Think you can still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kira's apparently made of fucking tungsten. Kira would be strong enough to, it would be a strong addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I had at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now? As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices came through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so. Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Outis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Hang on, I just need to finish this bite. Everyone to me. Do the thing!
When you're in a ring art test, but your pal is talking some corporist walking a fovist. So you have to low-key not laugh or the teacher will slime you out and make you art class exhibit.
Ah yes, it seems that we use Malgul. Okay. Feral Felvis, student of the ring. Oh no, they make feral art? Oh, these are those kinds of furries, I see. Check sinners. Yeah, no, I see her standing here. I'm gonna check through everyone here in a second. Wild stroke. The enemy target does not have mauled color rouge. Some say that the ring's paint is made from the same base material as augmentation tattoos. They're both nigh indelible pigments that take considerable effort to erase, let alone bleach. When hit, gain 1 bleed potency for every 3 stacks. At the turn, and gain 1 defense level down. Next turn for every 4 stacks, and then lose stack. He's stroking wildly. Two Ishmaels on the field, that's wild. The target has 5 mauled color, convert all coins on this skill to unbreakable coins. On clash lose, damage does not... Okay. How are they inflicting this? Oh, damn. So we want to avoid getting on hit with the skill inflict a color. Okay. Gain 1 attack per up for every 4 mauled color rouge. The first step is always but a single animal. And with every quest for art and ferrity, another beast is layered atop the previous specimen. Ah. Ooh. If only we had 2 Kiras. I'm disappointed, PM. It's more so the imperfect breakdown. Yeah. We'll check all this stuff in a minute. Before hitting, if target does not have bleed, inflict... Oh my god. It's free? Welling inspiration with this unit or an ally is hit, gain an offense level up. Once per skill, 3 times per turn. Yikes. This unit is killed. Okay. Spooky. And then we have the... Okay, so this guy's inflicting mauled color bleh, which is the sinking one. The middle uses their tattoos for self-augmentation. Does that make the ring's tattoos more brands that, when forcibly applied, weaken their enemies? That's interesting. And then this is the same gimmick if you have 5 or more of... I like that it does say of just a mauled color. Oh, I don't like that counter. Le Fauvisme. Masque de Chevrolet. When hit with the skill, inflict 1 mauled color blue. If this unit has haste, inflict 1 additional mauled color blue. Gain 1 haste every turn for every 4 mauled color blue inflicted 2 times per turn. Okay. There are beasts that fall in and out of vogue within the school of Fauvism. Yes, but a true artist must take fierce pride in that single animal as the underdrawing with which best represents their unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who flit from beast to beast, as though the self is nothing more than a costume to be worn and discarded. Oh boy, they literally are furries. The single animal is the underdrawing, which best represents their unique self. Yeah, no, that's a Sona. What they're describing right there is essentially a popular interpretation of what a fursona is. Holy shit. And yet there's still some people that flip from Sona to Sona. Oh no. An imperfect glimpse of the power that shall reign over the kingdom. concerning. We green resing. Your reading of these people was on point even a few years ago. Hint, hint. Lift Piss Company is pulling out an ancient Heian technique called Envy Res. By the logic that the ring in the middle use the same, or at least very similar tech for the art and tattoos, I wonder if they are the most friendly fingers to each other and would trade stuff with each other? Maybe. Small bit of lore, unlike what many may believe, tattoos are much more freeform. Metal tattoos work much more like nanomachines, essentially, rather than hard tattoos, which is why the method of getting stronger is so more so that middle siblings are limited because they can't constantly apply the middle's power to their body. Where the pointillists focus on stin statuses and corporists gain equal buffs to the debuffs they inflict as they steal the opponent's liver, Fauvists supply 15,000 unique statuses surrounding their bleed sinking combo. Ah. Get him, Kira. Get him, Kira! Get him, girl! Oh, I should read her passes. Why don't these guys just dump a bucket of ring paint to apply 99 stacks of bleeded sinking? Are they stupid? So by the logic that the ring in the middle uses... Oh, no. Fauvism art emphasizes painterly qualities and strong color over the representational or realistic values retained by the Impressionism movement. So why does it translate to wild beasts? The critic Louis Vaucels disparaged the painters as fauves, thus giving them their movement the name. I see. Huh. That's funny.
잠깐. 진짜? 왜 부서팀장을 안 달아줬지?
I like that the middle is crossed out of all of her skills. It seems pretty familiar. LCE? The House of Spiders in the middle. Damn, she's kind of cool though. Yeah, the lore for the ring is pretty fucking cool. Uh-oh. We're kind of getting clapped. Answer me, hey, Showpax! For someone like Matthias, who, in the middle, you gain tattoos by fulfilling your vengeances, he was so damn strong because he was a selfish prick, and thus had way more tattoos than probably a normal middle member of his status. See, her stuff is not red crossed out, meaning the future I'ma throw a sideways pitch and say that Kira will take over the middle and make it good, guys. I mean, possibly. I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but I will slash doubt purely because I don't think there's such a thing as good guys at this point. Not in this setting. Ring lore, high-speed guy yapping while drawing on the whiteboard. Middle lore, I'ma fucking get him. I fucking love these guys' designs, actually. All Heathcliffs must answer for the theft of the hair coupons.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나
I do like this music. Yeah, this music is really good. Go. Throw your skill 3 out for free. I don't know if we're gonna hit the entire Intervallo today or a majority. We're gonna go as long as we can. I still do the thing in the... I still do think that the ring is the least interesting finger in my mind, but that's only because the other 4 are just so much more interesting. Like, the middle is a dissection into gangs and such, the thumb is a dissection of the mafia, the index is a cult, and the pinky is very strange. The ring is also cool, but it's just the least cool in my mind. I think the ring's pretty neat. It's kind of a mixture of a few other things. It's cultishness as well as, art community kind of vibes. To wake on Heath Cardo to beat Roach Emperor on my other account, since I don't got IDs for every sinner. Oh god. Desperately hoping Ricardo gets a unique voice line if you field Ricardo Lift against him. That would be incredible. I hope so. Can't wait for Othias to actually have a passive where the rest of the middle units actually use their counters to kill her every turn. Did you catch the Maestro fact? I don't know, man. There's a lot of chat going on. The ring to me is the most fleshed out in terms of how it works on a grand scale. Yeah, kinda. The ring is awesome in how it takes how extreme artists can get, but to 2,000%. Max that shit out. It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me, weirdos? We would have opened them all at the end of the day, SD. SD? What's that? Same difference. The sooner you get to doing Intervallos, the less chat we'll have prepared to educate you. Yeah. No, I'm aware. I need to get on these a lot faster, but just fucking... I'm a busy person. You dare try to copy the middle? Coupon thief? For that, it's summary execution. I wouldn't put it behind the middle for having a fitting punishment for specifically copying a middle member through utilizing alternative dimension technology. Matthias Otis will probably have a thing where she makes middle IDs take attacks and then for her, and then retaliate with, get down, Mr. President. Honestly, we need more on the other fingers. We're learning all of this about separate factions in the ring based on real art forms with their own distinctions. To be fair, we haven't gotten a whole lot about the ring outside of, like, pretty supplemental material. Like, we're only now getting stuff about the ring in Limbus. The ring literally didn't show up in library. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's WA. Huh? Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those furries won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? However, it is also U-pace, which allows you to understand the story and enjoy it, which many other Limbus players skim through or flat out miss story parts. I could never do that. I'm not here for the Limbus gameplay. Like, God bless the Limbus gameplay, I don't mind it. But I'm here for the plot. I am always here for the plot. Like, I'm here more for the plot than the gameplay. The ring had Lauren Leviathan, and that wasn't that interesting. The middle got hard carried by Limbus and the goat Ricardo. True. I think the Lauren Leviathan was okay. It wasn't bad, but it just wasn't. We didn't learn a lot about, like, the ring as a body. We learned kind of about a specific group of the ring. Was that Eisen? I hope not. those Fovus won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? Something to note. Wayfarer Company was teased in the Corporists' Uptie stories, at least Hong Lu's. I do really need to read all of the Uptie stories one of these days. That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back rooms have always been the ring's turf, Clock. And those Fovus beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many back doors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshu was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. They could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Fovus Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Heisho Assault, aka Dragon Branch, may be very strong because we didn't get it for this rerun. I hope we do get a thing for the last Heisho member of the Sinners, because Meursalt is the awkward goober, just kind of, hello, I am on the team right now. With the knowledge that the middle theme is canon, I imagine every single finger has an ambient boombox wherever they go. It's just part of the charm. I mean, Callisto theme was playing in that fight, so I'm assuming the boss themes are just playing 24/7 in the House of Spiders. Middle has a little brother carry the team's boombox, while the ring has 4 students wheeling a full-size piano wherever they go. As much as I wish it'd be a Shen branch, it's probably going to be Chul Bul and Shinkbush and Shinkbear. Return to Honkai Star. They just gave him Infinite Void from that guy from Jujutsu Kaisen. God help us. The thumb has a bunch of soldato holding a capo singing. The Cho have already been teased in Wei Dawn's Uptie. Yeah, but I wanted to be a dragon, and that'd be cool. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new Scabbard's fault? Ryoshu lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint. 'Twas seen by all, indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshu was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshu's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting to the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshu, do you? Is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Sentient Labubu scabbard. Horrifying. It takes a bit of setup, but it's very funny seeing a 50 rolling salute. Salute! Please, feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility, then? No, that won't be necessary. There is a facility here that should prove more than adequate. Yeah, Ryoshu was like, oh my god, does my sword think? Fuck yeah. Oh my god. 200 identity XP. Yippee! Someone has severed this thread, snapping it into strands. Truly, there is no such thing as an existence in complete homogeneity with another. For slicing a single thread reveals that it is in fact a twine of multiple fibers. When a thread is severed, it leaves not 2 separate threads, but a multitude of frayed strands. From this, we may learn that time indeed does not cure all wounds. The passage of time only unravels the frayed strands further, leaving weeping wounds that never heal. Cool! Also, something I want to note, seemingly Arayashiki isn't like Kathy, given that Sora and Ren still exist in the MD, which makes me think that Arayashiki can only erase in the world of the wielder. Oh, I didn't read this shit either. Am I just lacking? We might have a Warframe collab soon. Oh my god. Hey, show like a dragon. Hell yeah. Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider-Pyre. It did not exist prior to the House's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? Sora and Ren have had nothing happen to them across the mirror, only in our shard. An example, research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner number 11's sign and manifestation of possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. The middle finally has bleed count. Fatal wound gives 9 bleed count per turn from Alsgreg. Hell yeah! Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means it should be finished in an hour from now at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure.
Guys, stop touching my forehead. I know my twink Chad self from the future came down and was sexy, but I am still the doomed yaoi twink.
I think at that point he's a twunk from the future. No, I would describe Sinclair as the doomed yaoi twink, honestly. 5 new sentences left. Heathcliff also has an on-clash win, trigger tremor burst. Oh, fuck yeah. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you'll want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get Sinclair, then. Wait. I was making my way towards him. Making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Slenderman. We're fucked. It was... Oh, hey! It was Vespa Crabro, who was with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief? Ah, manager. Charon snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Berg, kick his ass. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Karen also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Karen, super sulky mode engaged, not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep, mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Karen forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Vergilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Karen peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Yeah, Leviathan enjoyers. Ah! It's fine. It's fine. Karen summons Verg like a Maharaga. Yeah. Karen is such a goat. I can't wait till word gets to the Karen murders the Fovus Maestro scene. When she hits him with the fucking, the bunny. I am a little sad that I wasn't playing Extreme Mirror Dungeon during last season because I really wanted to fight Karen Verg. I love what it's called to a chance that Vespa is somehow worse than Rodeo Gluttony was. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Well, wait a minute, I was saving that for later! I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know! Yet, I still see you gobbling up my share! He took my snack too, Verg. Kick his ass! Rodion Romanovich, I am aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses, and now you're raiding the LCE's supplies as well. Chill, that's totes been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that and this is this. I'm having like flashbacks. I'm like, I just had, that was the most like flashbang moment I've had in Limbus Company in a minute. It's just, just flashing back to all of the shit fucking Roland went through in his backstory. All of his fucking realization moments. Meanwhile, we've got Rodion, who's like, hey, you know, I got my snack stolen. Girl. I think she tried to rage bait Verg from that one time he shat himself when someone came to talk. New Rodia ID, the snack silence. Took stolen from Reddit. Don't worry, you get to fight the 90 rolling evade from a certain someone and the insta-kill counter. I'm sure it'll be fine. Please don't quote Roland at me. The lines on Vergilius' brow looked deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy his own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante's inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. It has been, and still is, tasty to me. I have nothing but my snack, and I want nothing more. It has been, and still is, tasty to me. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information so far has been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. Verg popped ego for half a second when she said that line. I saw a post where the entire poem was snackified. It was incredible! Amazing. Amazing. If there were more individuals bearing signs, then there would be a wider pool for a comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Demian and Sanson? Wait, could those guys do what Sinclair did? But in some superpowered future... Pull in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia? I should step in and put an end to this subject before Rodia gets the blues. I don't think so, from what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right, Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Demian used to finish off Cromer, or Sanson dragging us into his story. Those could be it. Aye, that doth seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. No, the light rings are something else. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion on this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is, at best, grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the sign's working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway. No, I mean... I'm just kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. They were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and, I had to fill out some questionnaires, too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return? No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. In such a case... That Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace back their path, back to the self that now exists. Or is that the theory suggested? And the German boy can snark, thank God. I will say the way Demian uses Mong is not like how everyone else uses them, so it might be related to his sign. Got it. In which Yi-Sung reminds you, he is in fact the expert of this shit, actually. Demian can fly, so I think he's just weird. Which came first, the Sinky or the egg? Egg. Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again. Boy, that nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, that future guy is still out of him. Still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he could still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? And you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out that trick you picked up from that plastered old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Mong technique quite effortlessly, too. What? That glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had 2 of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? I feel like we should stop calling it the glowing ring thing. It's an incredible way of saying it. Look, this is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you feel real tough's one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? Dunno. Could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members. Technique, yeah, something like that. Look at it, that black corny, that black coney leader, that Lei Hong prick, and that nurse father, and the nurse fathers we fought. Whole lot of them's finger, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel, for even among the LCD there were those who came to wield it. And Vergilius, too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, isn't it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze toward Vergilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader, too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can't claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulated among elite fixers and association leadership. That there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixer, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it, how-to tips really, spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the last the latest mag bonus vid, bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farmed with a shiny Mong wrapped around that weapon. It must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue, literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Videotape? Alas, for many a week I have been stranded from Mephi, reaving of me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me! When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. Yeah, Wolf Panther and Lion had him. Though I think we're getting into Shin and Mong more because of Valencia Rodia. Reminder that we haven't had Mephi since Nocturnal Sweepers. Yeah, it's been a minute. Top 10 tips to form Mong for dummies. Real, not clickbait. I'm betting that guy just edited it. Kong Q, I think he means. I love the sinners have actually normal reaction to emotion magic bullshit. Yeah, it's really funny. Grandma does not know what a cassette tape is. Jesus. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Aldous cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how you use it, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, is it not unreasonable to assume that we could make use of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa's brows visually twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Vergilius's lips. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon, too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yisong's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? You have to do 70% of the story, get ego, be grade 1, then go into permadeath server, and see your office member get gripped in front of you, then you do Control G and charge Shin. It's a Roblox game. Oh my god. I want to see a Wheels industry covered in entirely Hmong. It'd be the funniest shit. A reminder that Dawn is older than the Sinner's grandfather's grandfathers. She is fucking ancient. Well, cause you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power that anyone can grasp with ease. As you are bound by contract to Sinners, your ability to wield it is severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Shame that would have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Hmong. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. That game that made me want to end it due to people hating middle players. I can confirm that Wheels Industry with Hmong is very funny looking. Huh. It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Vespa's responses always came back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turned to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed it too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes. You will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get too comfortable because the manager and the Sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you will be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Vergilius said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers. and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. No contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings toward her. Leaving Kira with alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshi returned. There is a lot of yapping in this Intervallo. Don't worry, Ricardo will finally let us off the hook by giving her to him as a daughter. Why did we go so far up? Remember when Kira hunted us for sport? Yeah, good times. To be fair, we've had a lot of people hunt us for sport. To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Tch, not a sentient sword, huh? I'm Kira. Who the fuck are you? I'm Kira. Like the name suggests, there are a lot of frayed threads to tie up. It certainly fucking feels like it. Ryoshi's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the laypeople like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread. Something that could lead to restoring Sinner Ryoshu's memories. Though, again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes. Further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim later. Enjoy stream, play video games. Hell yeah. Have a good one, Game Boy. Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he'd constructed in our conversation. Alright then. Before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been listening intently to our conversation. Where are we to go? Ah, right. Sorry. Forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war executive manager? We talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hand shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. How to shut up! God damn, girl, it's already fucking polished clean.
You know what? I just had a thought. Word in your executive opinion before you get into more lore. What's your rankings for worst and best nurse fathers from 5 to 1?
So worst is probably, Thumb is the worst in my opinion. It probably goes Thumb, Middle, maybe Pinky, Ring and Index. Or, no, Index and Ring. In terms of worst to best. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. I better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. We will see if it changes. I don't know if it will change. I don't think we're gonna get a whole lot more of the nurse fathers, considering they're all fucking dead. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you could just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. Haha, I don't think I can be much help where you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if it is what you order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Callisto liked Ryoshu, but he did not like Albina that much. Both Callisto Lou and Callisto himself are disappointed and annoyed when Faust and Albina die rather than sad. Yeah, but, I mean... Oh god, we're only a third of the way? Holy fuck, alright. Oh, I should probably put on the more, value, I don't know what IDs and egos and stuff actually give increased rate. Etoble. Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. Any ring? Got it. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates? Doors? Yep. That door over there, pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going through it all hyped up about some canned whatever it was. Pointus Corporis Fovis doesn't matter, just bring the ring. Just grab a full ring team if you have it, and like grab Kira-ish, and you're getting the best. I don't think I have a full ring team built. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle, Pop would go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by a Thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier where she only offered vague snippets, even just about a single door. Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. Faint Aromashu or Ryoshu is a good support for rings. Yeah, I'm probably going to go in and... The struggle right now is none of them are leveled, so I'm probably going to go just... Between now and next Limbus stream, I'm just going to fucking power level a bunch of people. I've got enough fucking stamina to get a few characters just instantly dinged. She's far more cooperative than anticipated. Even after that Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Oh my god, a 25 watch streak? Holy shit, Dragon. God damn. Yeah, you'd think she'd clam up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know? Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Do people forget that N-Corp is not racist to robots? Only specifically one part of the Humanitarian Inquisition. She keeps yelling at me to say, Twitch keeps yelling at you to share that. I mean, that's a pretty fucking crazy get. N-Corp is not racist. Sinclair is racist. Very different. I had something close, but lost it due to Twitch Mobile not tracking watch streaks. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit right there. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say that these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door as Heathcliff told me to, Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door, it feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory painted over in parts slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. I don't recall much about it. N-Corp as a whole is kind of negative towards prosthetics since it doesn't work with their nails. They're not outright hostile, except for the Inquisition, which is here to just kill them. Also, the humanitarians might actually praise Albina for fascia as it is human. Maybe. The memory just now. Could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay. This one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. Dante doing the register opening is funny. Where the fuck are we? And this place is... we're in New York. Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest. Most likely a park. Every sword walker here is dragging some animal along. Means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. The walk the past Ryoshu mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Oh god, we're in Seattle! Alan, lockdown procedure, stat! Also, N-Corp might be using the whole humanitarian thing as an excuse. They actively killed normal people and shoved prosthetics onto corpses. At least this Inquisition respects laws in like a certain different setting. Heresy! Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Wanna go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? Saru has a fucking Sprite now. Oh my god. There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there's connected to a park. We can go right now. Ryoshu's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Verily, such gentleness doth seem most unlike thee, young Ryoshu. Hey, Clock. Who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. Back at the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the visions of Ryoshu's past. This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like we experienced in H-Corp with Hong Lu. Who would visit a workshop out of the three dads? Clock, my aura, you're ruining it. Which probably means... Why are y'all staring at me? That's so random, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what, you guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Just good grief, that's the translation, right? Might be. I see Rien being ordered to study weapons to wield Cassius better, or Matthias being a geek. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Daiyu and Hong Lu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. Because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kind of fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal! How could such wickedness be born? Caduceus, you mean? Like the thing Hermes... Oh. What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room, crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Oh, see, it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Stated he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was Something called the Beastbone Blade. A tanto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Ew, no way! I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. That tanto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell, a right nut of that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after hearing all that, why do you still mess with that art thing, yeah? Then, let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you'd want to steer well clear, yeah? Right, those things he called artworks were also cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other Ring artwork outside Albina and her Nurse Fathers, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes, for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations? From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible, there's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, but bloody hell, how'd you end up getting used to all that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for... The scabbard moved, and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying from nightmares, in the House of Spiders. There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here, let's go back. Yes, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Have a good one, Oh, no. What's wrong? Over there. Thought I told you to keep that exhibit in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to accept installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced to the world of aesthetics. Surely this won't be a problem. Have a good one, Golden. I'll make a funny middle trimmer team. Oh, it's the thing that pops up after closing time. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Ah! Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No, too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but it would never truly reach her. I see, this hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and emotion for what's been emptied begin to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out, but unfortunately none of the places that we ended up at stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How'd they get in here? Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before? Didst thou not say that thou hast sealed that door earlier? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more?
They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the Ring Nurse Father's artworks.
Get on with it! We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, I thought Robo-Unk was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Huh. Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it.
Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies.
Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces out with them. Pretty funny. But imagine how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage considering connected to my name on their description plaques. Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. I love that they mention it. Most artists weren't famous until long after their death. Yup. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the Sinner's reply this time, but it should be fine. Somewhat concerning that the radio didn't reach them, but I'm sure it's alright.
단순해서 좋군 구분 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면
Oof.
달고 짭짤한 걸.
One thing about these super boss is that they all dropped an ego when killed. Callisto's is a Maestro's ring turned art. And it's a ring box with Callisto's triple spiraled ring with muscular sinew binding it to the box. Jesus Christ. Nightmare! Casual Envy Res? We'd love to see it. Answer me, Heisho packs! Also, Ricardo Cliff a bit busted with egos. He has so much good support. Hell yeah. Goddamn, this character's sick as fuck. Yeah, we're kinda getting clocked though. You go get him, lady. It's time for green! Green! Gluttony res! My form empties for extra HP, buffs team with King and Vines. Answer me, Heisho slop. As I learned from an MD that the middle book Matthias has is annexed. Valencia wears an eye patch and Wayne's weapon is just strange. Seems very strange. God, her animations are so cool.
저희를 헤아릴 수 없다면 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상책이지.
I'm not sure if you've seen it yet. Seen what? Oh my god, I'm tired. Akira has a 4 to 5 point skill where they just beat the enemy up with fisticuffs. Holy shit. Fight back! Fight back! Oh god. Let's actually clear the Answer Me Heisho pack check, please. I was gonna say, I don't think he's gonna live that to get all those fucking coins out. I carve the path of a lord. Watching some Astral Spiff while watching the stream. How do you say chaff word? Oh my god. Yeah, Violet Breaking Slam. I'm assuming that's it. No green spam yet. When Lord Liu gets his green back, we'll green spam. That's the Wrath skill. Ah. say chaff? Isn't it chaff? Look. I'm keeping a $1.50 with you. I don't fucking care. I'm not. I don't know what it is. I just say words, man. Blood Flame Massacre. Use the thing. Screw you, English. Listen. Just say it even more wrong. If people give you guff about any kind of mispronunciation, just deliberately say it more incorrect. That's been my one consistent bit for a while. I don't like how you say Sapphira. Cool, they're the Siblira now. Fuck you, I just added a letter. We got green, we got green. It's time to green. There's too many ways of saying things. That's real. I wonder what we're gonna get for the bot gack on this, I'm now realizing. I say earn instead of year sometimes for the funny. Hell yeah. Survey says Maestro, but that literally can't be right. Survey for what?
너희들도 고생 많았어.
Oh, for the, yeah. For the Maestro thing, yeah. Botgag here, we probably get a certain someone. Yes. Yeah, I was gonna say, we probably don't know right now because we're not finished with the fucking story. So, like... With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Ryoshu kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming in from anyway? Weren't just the first wave. Had more of the swords legging it from the back like they'd been lurking somewhere else. According to tracking logs recorded by the survey devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation "another corridor" refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated as the corridor of the middle nurse father? Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks here have all been wrapped up. Before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all of their connection loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she just locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you. Like, hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as home. My memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began to move toward the corridor of the middle. Oh my god, Ryoshu, Tremor? Tremor team? Hello? Tremor Roshu? God, I really need to... I need to, there is a lot of, Final Fantasy XIV news recently, and I would, love to be able to go into it. Not the stream for it, unfortunately, but fuck. Alright, can we... Who's getting the bonuses? I don't want to sacrifice a Woo pack upgrade for them. We may go swap to our vampire team and just not have Greg. Then we wouldn't have, Outis because of the ring pointillist. And I do have Ring Nurse Father, and I think I got Ring Faust. Yeah, I did. They're all unleveled, so. That should be all of the stuff. I could support in, the Meursalt one, but I don't want to right now.
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
문을 열 시간인가?
자,
소재가 준비됐어?
내가
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어줘.
이따
전신
나를 점 찍었다니.
We'll do that setup. This is gonna be a little rough. We just have to not fuck up, Lamau. But we do it for efficiency. Oh, that's crazy. So if you just stack a bunch of ring guys, you get pretty spooky. The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not! I spied thither half of thy worldly possessions. Articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, okay? I had hella many of them anyway. Yeah, well, I'll make a full ring team one of these days, but that is something that must be done not when we're doing story. My TV's gone. The couch, too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be.
Oh, those? LCE researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're trying to set them up in their staff lounge. For the leather and the ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off.
Yeah? I would have seemed to notice something that the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? I never said I wanted them back. Bring Faust support passive makes middle scary as fuck. Hell yeah. Anyway, I'll tell you what I know, so come this way if you want it. These two doors here, made from paper and wood, they connect to S-Corp. And that one reinforced with steel, that one leads to V-Corp backstreets, where, having lived here and made frequent uses of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer company had asked us to explore led. When an ally using a defensive skill is engaged, enemy gains 4 bleed count. Jesus. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors about one by one.
Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation.
Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals, too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time.
I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment.
Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff.
Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided, do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of these services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the path secure, the secured path, well, secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market.
Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors.
Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I'd expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door.
Ah, it's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my one of my clock hands. This one connects to somewhere in the Great Lakes area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. Isn't that... It's that place, isn't it? That port ship that has a salon de Moulin, the private hair salon. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Ooh, doth it signify that, then, that we shall finally be able to, that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back at, Lake? Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remain thy pain would remedy thy pain a smidge? Ah, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet, then can I use them? We were regulars at that Molio place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor, and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They gave away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see. So why am I even yapping about all excited? What am I even yapping about all excited? Kira, who'd seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me. So why? They really hated Matthias, given they would just give him shit to get him to go away from them. That's incredible. Middle Tojo plays in the distance. It's time to get fishing on the lake. But it's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Why is it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you that unaesthetic BC? The heck's a BC? Bowl cut. Bro, listen. Like I said, it's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Ryoshu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryoshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she is one tasteless sense of humor. Have a good one, Sluker. Thank you for stopping by. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into, to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... He'd tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by when he wasn't saying stuff like, Yoshihide, I learned this 2 days ago, or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers. Caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest? Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That, I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it that something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit, I've never been to school. I'd never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't. As Kira went on, Ryoshu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. We don't have the Wheel of Challenges, and unfortunately I don't think that we have a mod in here to very quickly get you those points back. As Kira went on, I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. Say a word, would you like to either lose your glasses or stretch? Stretch. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. Stretch break! And I went to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say, and I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. Oh my god! Ugh, the moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Ugh. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Oh my god, I need to stretch more. Holy shit. Just like in life. Oh. There is a subsidiary of the ring. Academy. You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like it? Perchance it'd be an academy, not a school. Wait, that kind of makes more sense, yeah! Must have been an academy, not a school. Ellipses. Ellipses. Academy of Art. Ha. Ryoshu muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock, you deserve a smack. Ah! Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I go to a school? School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique styles of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the Nest's formulaic educational systems. But, Dad, I saw him in a picture book. And I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rhiannon is pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group education that engenders competition. Thank you. Thank you for the bless. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you at an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves, but Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts, by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice, of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would. When all we ever did was nod along to the lecturers and spout purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. I love Callisto's personal vendetta against the Index. I do love me some finger beef. Finger beef is very cool. Our lesson today will focus on corporis techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here, then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and... I don't know why we're even learning about corporis stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what the point of this slog is. Tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Oh, you mad because your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, Izzy, no wonder her stuff is just as... Ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Then bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. Hey, I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy, glad you're home early. Oh, man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You've got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked him. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay. So I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Dad'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. He fucking killed those kids, didn't he? I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them stodgy sods don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. Heh. If only he'd been a simple-minded man like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family. That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Huh? Haha, there you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards' tricky mazes. You know how they are. Holy fucking shit, I just now realized that there's a gigantic slash in that thing. And yeah, there's so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. As for the instructors, well, anyone would agree that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title II, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he! Such senseless, barbaric violence! Uncultured, uncivilized animal! Do not be discouraged, my dearest Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias wouldn't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna. Yoshihide, I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid that he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about... I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occurred, occupied the room in my absence, must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. So how do you feel about what came up at the 14 Fan Fest, the Evolved Kits, the NS2 edition, Evercold? I was initially pretty cautious about the Evolved Kits thing. I'm coming down way more positive on them because I have really enjoyed 14's PvP in the past. And it seems like a lot of the design philosophies from PvP are being brought over into evolved modes, and it helps take a lot of the stuff I've seen looks good. I'll need to play it before I can really say whether or not it's going to be a good or a bad thing. Overall, the FanFest announcements were all really good. I'm most excited for stuff like the open areas getting a remix and kind of updated. I think Dragoon's LB, yeah, Dragoon's Limit Break is now literally just in PvE, which is awesome. The Nintendo Switch 2 edition, it sucks that it's an extra payment. It's probably not Square Enix's fault. I imagine that's a Nintendo thing. I'm still probably gonna play it as a fresh account, using a free account, and just play through the the thing that I'm most excited about when it comes to the Switch 2 is the fact that I can put it downstairs. I know a lot of people like the Switch 2 because it's portable. I like it because I can play it on the couch with my roommate and my boyfriend. This may allow me to actually play through 14 with my boyfriend, as he doesn't really enjoy playing games with each other, like, on the PC, but doing it in, like, the same room and treating it kind of as a, whatchamacallit experience, like a communal sort of pass the controller experience will be pretty nice. Evercold looks cool. I'm very interested in the, on the couch away from a monitor as a use for the Switches. Yeah. Evercold looks neat. I'm very interested about the lore. I'm currently not caught up with MSQ, and I probably won't be for a minute. I'm excited to see what they do for the new classes. The transition from daily to weekly content is going to be really interesting. I think that's going to be a lot of fun to really go and explore the new potential things that could happen with it. Obviously, everything is still in design. I'm glad that they pretty firmly cast down the idea that they're doing any more paid services alongside it. Ability skins sound cool. That's going to be really fun. There's probably gonna be a lot of those on the cash shop, unfortunately, but like I'm probably gonna pay for them if they're cool enough. That's weird. Odd noise. I think it's just the cat or the dog messing around. What was the other one? Yeah, overall, I'm excited to see where it goes. I would like to do some more things with 14 live, but I don't think anyone really likes watching me play 14 live, so I don't know, maybe. I might try it a couple times, but it most of the time, my experience streaming 14 has been pretty negative, so. Art for Ryoshu is probably the only way she was able to express herself without all her nurse fathers doing something excessive about it. Yeah, but then Callisto's gonna be excessive about it because he's like, oh my god, she made art. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshu recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking about his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Huh, yeah. Didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf? Oh. Hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's surely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Robo-Unk. Incredible line. Yeah, where are we supposed to settle the sitter's trauma? Really doesn't feel like it's settled. I wonder, are we going to go more into how every Heathcliff innately has a power of necromancy? That'll be fun. Could have spared us the details, lass. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? You gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you! That ain't it. Look there, those blokes walking out of the salon. God damn it, it's the fucking Phovis again. Phovis, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Fauvist scale. However, various evidence, such as their masks and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB speaking to the team leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Cause a scene, and bros and sisters of the middle will be here in any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the ring's unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders, too. Sounds like you've got a GI. Talk. Ever played Whack-A-Mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Ellen blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say?
Wait. That door leads to a zone under a syndicate or a wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here, then.
Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Fauves began rushing in through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, can't be helped. And I summoned the sitters back to work. We are kind of spamming this. Being marked by a ring school is kind of terrifying with how expertly they can make use of corridors. Yeah, travel across the entire city and they're still gonna fucking be there. Hi, Mr. Kitty. Did you enjoy blowing up the bathroom? Imagine rolling them out. What a fucking scrap. Holy shit. I do love having the gnomes on here. Alright, now I can talk more about 14. I've been in an it's really kind of funny listening to people talk about 14 because sometimes people are just like really ridiculously negative about that game for no fucking reason. The person who's doing the shield strats in Elden Ring, imagine rolling them how? Damn, she really does just beat the fuck out of them. Why is Claire here? Did someone die? No, I guess he's just been here. My ass not paying attention. But what was I saying? Yeah, 14 stuff looks cool. I'm really excited to see what they do for the new content. People are just kind of really weirdly negative about 14 a lot of the time. I saw one guy who was like, oh my god, Evo mode has to be fucking, like, I saw one person basically make up that Evo mode was gonna have, like, customizable abilities and then, like, call the game bad because of it. And it's like, what? That's not... Imagine getting upset about something that's not even fucking real before it's, like, even... Like, some people are so eager to see the worst in a fucking series. I've got a lot to catch up on, I've got a lot to catch up on for 14. That is sadly all fandoms. Yes, but it's weird that it was someone that I follow. Like this guy's not normally that fucking negative, and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh my god. Me when I make up something to be angry about for a series I like. Some of our fans are actively don't like the series and make up lies to try and tear down a game they don't like. Well, sometimes it might not necessarily be making up lies. Sometimes it's just people acting on assumptions. Still don't understand why Dawn Trail and Wuklamok were panned so critically. So I understand why Dawn Trail did get a lot of hate. It is a lot of build-up. Dawn Trail is a lot of, like, it's so far removed from a lot of what we had done previously, and there were a lot of characters that were all very fresh, and we spent very little time with characters that we actually knew and hung out with. Wooklamont largely got panned for one of two reasons. Probably the same reason, let's be honest. Wooklamont got panned because Wooklamont is a very high energy, very optimistic character, and a lot of edgy motherfuckers don't like that. Also, she's voiced by a trans VA, so like people were just gonna hate Wooklamont anyway, just because of made up culture war bullshit. So like, yeah, very little preamble from Endwalker as well. There's reasons that it got critiqued. Are they necessarily the best? Like, are these necessarily the best reasons to hate on a series? No. Especially the trans thing. The trans thing is just fucking stupid. Wooklamot's voice actor was quite good. They did a really good job. People hating on them are just fucking little crybabies. But, the big problem with Dawn Trail's story beats, in my opinion, was I was pretty okay with it. Personally, I didn't hate Dawn Trail. I did think that there was one story beat that was unfortunately kind of mistimed. I find her interesting because she actually does go through character growth and stuff. But anyway, God, you gotta work on how you phrase those. I almost fucking smacked you with the band hammer. I saw I don't like Wook because trans. I was like, oh my God, get out, leave. I have trans friends. Be gone. I know that's not what you said, but yeah, you gotta like bold that knot. You gotta put that in capitalized. Sorry, dog make type hard. That's real. But what was it? Oh my God, my brain is. I needed some caffeine. I needed some caffeine before I fucking stream this. I'm not gonna lie. PM people can't read moment. I mean, that's just constant. God, hold on. I'm gonna pause real quick. I'm gonna fucking go. I'm gonna go get some water. I'm getting a little parched. I'll be right back. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm back. Sorry. Did I not bring my fucking water up? Oh my god, I didn't bring my water up. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, chat. Sorry. Oh my god. Ugh. So long as the voice fits, I don't care less if the VA is Martian or a bunny or whatever. Didn't even feel like Young A did a bad job with Kiryu and Infinite Wealth. Oh my god. Okay, I'm back. Oh my god. Let me try and zoom in the camera real quick. Camera? I guess this counts as zoomed. That was zoomed. Okay. Sure, why not? Hi. Hello. Alright, chat. I saw my boyfriend sent me a TikTok over crazy bits that people have said to skip in anime. It's, I believe, One Piece, Naruto, Bleach, AOT, My Hero, and Dragon Ball Z. So that's the type of stuff we're working for, is it's nothing but shonen. Well, I guess Attack on Titan's a little middling on that, but still. For One Piece, it's Long Ring Long Land. For Bleach, it's the Fullbringer arc. For My Hero, it was the UA Cultural Festival. For DBZ, it was the Boo Saga. And for Attack on Titan, it was the Female Titan arc. For Naruto, it was none, which is insane to me. I could understand some arguments about a few of those. The fucking, I don't even know what the UA Cultural Festival is for My Hero. I don't recall much of My Hero at this point. Female Titan arc for Attack on Titan is fucking insane. Like, skipping the Female Titan arc in Attack on Titan is like, dude, what? That's like, skip the training arc of anything. That shit is like, the real answer is don't fucking skip things in anime. Like, be a fucking full-grown adult and actually watch the content. Putting none on Naruto, like, isn't that the big reveal? That's not when the big reveal happens, but like, there's so much set up for several big reveals there. Like, actually absurd call. I was gonna say, the big reveal is, can refer to very many things in Attack on Titan, so like, that's insane. That's insane to me. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just comprehending that anime post. Fucking, also the Fullbring arc in Bleach. I'm gonna say something controversial. I think that was one of the best arcs in Bleach. That was the like only time that I felt anything while reading Bleach. So I don't know. I think the payoff for the end of that is pretty good, even if it doesn't remain the most consequential thing in the world. That's a whole discussion. I just don't care much for Bleach in general. Anyway, anime discussions aside, we gotta fucking keep going with this Intervallo, because this shit is taking forever. Okay, and that wraps up the middle's corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door catalog workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my whole life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the Thumbs Corridor. But we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check some of the doors in the basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that. In the Thumbs Corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumbs members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in the corridor in that corridor leads to. Valencia's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time? Heh. Useless shit? Remnants of a desperate search for a thread to cling to. You found one of her backup ticket hoards. I've marked any doors that need work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. But whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Cesara back at P-Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer Company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's something in there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. It's the detective, some stubbly guy I don't know, and that annoyingly airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Hong Lu, respectively. The trio's conversation grew clearer as the closer I approached them. This is an interesting group. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Haha, fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. That's the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Hong Lu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. You're right where it happened and your arm is stable. See? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't even see the earliest importance of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or, I don't know, maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way, for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this? I do love the... And this is where I was traumatized. Cowabummer! From fucking... She really is just in here giving out the fucking... the color commentary. That geezer's always really weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away? I'm having trouble hitting my tone for Ryoshu, but she keeps smoking, and so I don't want to stop doing her specific cadence. This is where I was traumatized, Hong Lu. Wowzers! Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshu's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Autis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Autis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable. Like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred.
넌!
Oh god.
네가 100만 년 동안 견딘 아픔에 비하면 한 가지는 확실히 내 아픔은 별것도 아니기 때문에 피로 씻으면 아니 이렇게 된다는 걸 그 이상의 고통을 겪어야만 해. 아르갈리아! 이렇게 조금만 나서면 신고가 됐잖아. 난 이기주의자 멋대로 끊을 수 없는 거라고!
You know what time it is, right? It's cheese non time.
Alright, it's cheese anon. Thank you very much for the sub, Gabron. Stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that, at present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to. No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they've killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Yeah, menacing out as foreshadowing. I'm your monthly half a taco dealer. It is appreciated. I do appreciate the half taco. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first, I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of all of you as my comrades. And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreets thug with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that. The same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception. A potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like Yi Sang. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? We blew up in the worst possible way. After all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I am constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on, and nothing else. Huh. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Best you kick me off the bus before push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can't be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. That's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we are seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consulting thing's, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Audis, and even Valencia, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distanced you from the past, you'd come to a pause and spare a look back towards the path you would walk. All those years I let slip by, all that slipped you by, are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Aw, man. They knew we've been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to. Well, I wouldn't have. I would have had to share this with Manager Bud or the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind. But what's she doing here? T.A. Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Why does Ezra call you baby girl? How about we stop talking? Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, and I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thumb's nurse father was most attached to? Huh? No. Duh. Duh? That's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? You think she just you think I just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Ugh. Yeah, said some stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was gonna totally swap sides. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long without that scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro? The heck are you talking about? I love my papa. I love the immediate fucking jacket unzipped. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Ha. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect that question toward you, Sinariyoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the Thumb Nurse Father showed particular attachment to? Or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need Clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where did those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom? Are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. Huh. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages? For you? Is this kid serious? I've got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back into the field. Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been here years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. This clears up some things about Valencia. She became a war hero after being excommunicated. That's... Huh. That does add a fair amount of depth to her character. That means that she really do a lot of work She really did a lot of work to try and get back in, and it kind of never amounted to anything. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck-deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to kicking herself into a shit-faced stupid day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on. Why, though? Sure, I was on the losing side. But wasn't Valencia on the winning side? A war hero at that? Ever heard of the regulation that prevents Smoke War participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious results, rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there, too. But doesn't that mean that Backdoor will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then, what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. Isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of N-Corp's psychotherapy centers. Fine, then. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream. But I was still... kind of terrified of what this next node's gonna be, I'm not gonna lie. Memories. Oh, hey. Gregor's back. Yippee.
문을 열 시간이.
자,
소재가 준비됐어?
내가
말뚝을 쑤셔넣어.
이딴
전신
나를 점 찍었다니.
이것
Yes, I know my squad rank is pretty fucking bad. We're working on it. This place. It's just a boring old office. I was ready to be shook, thinking that we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Huh, of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company. And my desk was over here. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Let you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire!" Then I'd scuttle right up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager Ted? Gregor whipped around, his head instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor! And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait! Oh, you folks must be the account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. Well, so how have you been doing? Me? Same old, well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised that you found new work so soon. You always were a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that, commemorative coin? Some kind of medal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me, asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with the vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah, blah, blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellas in Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when he was choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. That's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Do you know the trick of the bootstrap saying? The trick? The thigh gap always catches me off guard with Moses. It's low-key kind of surreal seeing just a regular-ass office job in the city. Yeah. It's really nice how this part, you expect something horrible, but it's the most normal office we have ever seen in the city. No weapons or anything or tech. It's just office stuff. There's probably a lot of offices exactly like this throughout nests in the entire city. Just because, like, not everything can be brutal murder. And sometimes you just have to have the people that run boring numbers. Really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? I thought he's the president's family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what everyone, it's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. The trick is when you lean down to pull up your bootstrap, you fall on your ass. The entire point of the saying is the exact opposite of what it means. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kinda like him. They hate how their glory days are behind him. Kinda like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a backstreets kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back, and it's all doom and gloom. You know, if you've ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. You've said something like that before, yeah. Yeah? Guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. Huh? That's a pretty unique prosthesis you've got there. No worries, but it seemed that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Yeah, the thigh gap is kind of crazy. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I could see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. And oh yeah, both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager, bud. Can't say I could give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, though, the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry. I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that present anxiety from his past. Anything that helps with the trauma from his own mother genetically modifying his own arm at age 15 and whatever happened to Grit. When we emerged from the door, we saw Aldous facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by that Allen figure that someone had to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Oh man, it's those asshats again. Weird. The corridor's not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Aldous just in time to see more Fovis pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to the Ring Nurse Father's corridor. Still, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all. If I was a betting woman, will come up in Canto 12 for Faust, given Greet and Gretchen are both diminutives of Margaret, the second of which is the name of Faust's seduced lover in Faust.
지금부터 제압 임무를 시작할 거야. 언제나 하는 일이지만 항상 꼼꼼하게 하라고. 최선을 다할 거라고.
Oh my god. What's the worst finger team right now? Pinky? Because there's only 2 units? But I don't know. I don't really run any of them at the moment. Or I think there's only one of them, because we haven't gotten Pinky Nurse Father yet, right? Boink! Just smack him with the umbrella. Fovis ain't got nothing on the Bloodkin. Let's get... Oh, never mind. I just fucking failed my rolls. We'd love to see it. And Jiaohong doesn't count, I think. Yeah. Oh, God. This has been a... This has been an interesting, Intervallo so far. I'm not quite sure how I feel about it.
그림을 그리기 위해서는 다소 밑그림이 필요할 때도 있다니까.
Oh yeah, she's going and getting him. Oh. There's no real Pinky team, and I don't think there ever will be one. Yeah, the concept of the Pinky is kind of based around individuality, so it really wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for them to have a consistent team.
갑자기 제압 개체가 더 강해졌잖아. 당장 우리한텐 그런 정보가 없어.
The Pinky barely operates as an organization. It's just a group of goobers. I hit him with that Ascendant Sancho hard blood art. Kill that motherfucker. I lanced it. Damn, she's dropping the fucking skill tree again. Somebody stop her, she's double dipping! Why they're the newest set of custom IDs I'm doing are a team of Pinky/7 second section sinners that synergize parasitically on the Pinky side with both factions. Huh. Neat. Look at the Wrath skill 2 of Kira. Is it the Aura one? I will if we don't kill them all right here. As Addis dropped the gods, index, or whatever line that just screams, oh yeah, remember the Odysseus is Hermes' great grandson? Probably not. The team leader is going to be a tactician unit on the level of Kong Lu, with the biggest factor being a triangle attack with her 2 associates. Huh. Suck. Oh my god. Where are you, Kira? The Wrath skill 2. Totally badass ass kicking. I'm assuming that's it. It's even better time for some warm up. They're all probably dead here. Oh, he just slams that motherfucker against the wall. I'm pretty sure we've already looked at it.
이번 제압은 끝이야. 너희들도 고생 많았어. 티페리트.
The intel can be intercepted if a Pinky member gets a hold of the information. The question, assuming Kira joins the LCE between the end of this Intervallo and whenever she next appears, what ego do you think she'll have? I'm assuming she's not going to join the LCE. She has LCE question mark right now. I don't think she's joining up. Are we not 2/3 of the way through? What the fuck? Once we dealt with the Fauvists who invaded the Thumb Nurse Father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes, and ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today, I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Haha. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know? I'm tagging along because I need some exercise, that's all. Appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor. I hung out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little, no, that wasn't the mask dude. There was this other, Is there something you don't remember? Alright, Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index Apprentice! Oh, pray tell, wherefore it is that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and the pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Robo-Unk moment. I can't believe Rien would use AI not only as a master, but also as a pupil. Hey, Dante, what's up with the Malkuth symbol breaking every time you use it? It's not formed. It's cringe. He fucking, what's it called? He sequence skipped in the video game, and the video game did not like it. Retrace, I might my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representations of the Pinky and Index's apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. Huh. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Araya Shiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events, with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her, giggling to herself like a creepy loner. And she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime? I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Ryoshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads, Clock. With every slash, the blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd neither trace nor shape would be left. You'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you've pieced some of it together, it's almost. Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. Yeah, Shadowbringers is now free. Hell yeah. Or it should be in a minute. Also, what the fuck was that glitch? I think that was Sora, right? Malkuth requires a component, a shovel of dirt, and Dante doesn't provide it at any point. I don't know how he's fucking casting Malkuth using only a 4th level spell slot, verbal and semantic components without paying the material cost. Listen, he's busted like that. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages to remove seals to, like, even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps Papa's. T.O., there's plenty already. Oh, so true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. Ah, I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. TPU, they rarely gather in big groups. She said that's pretty unlikely. Ow! What was that for, Ryoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything, but I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I won't STS. I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. I swear, this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm. Here. Well, I didn't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Araya doesn't like her stepbrother. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Araya? Wait, that voice just now, it sounded a lot like Araya's. Dante, you saw that too, right? Ryoshu didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Heh, then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. Word, have you ever seen some bullshit with fur? No? I don't really know what you're referencing. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us towards an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozens of doors we'd walked past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement, and a goblin man with a hole in his chest, and emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whatever the masked unk's beeper rang, he walked through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Signs of life. There were people living down here up until just a few hours ago. It's a very generic-looking mammal creature that TikTok or something had fun making fun of. Someone turned it into a song. Ah. This is what I mean by I have unk status, is I just don't know what this shit is. Oh yeah, Rand's torture basement. Rand's song mentioned this first, actually. Oh, good. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts. Oh, at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable foods. And the cells were all completely empty save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. Oh, there were children in here. Cool! I don't think there are any more. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, that staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Friggin' annoying, man! The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another griefer body blocking the door in the doorway. Door stuck! Door stuck! Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods, prescripts, but nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Yeah, so that pretty much confirms that, like, that pretty much confirms that, not only does she know that the Index is tied to the gods, but, like, that all of the Index stuff is different gods. This will probably show up in her kanto. Otis is right. We're gonna have to go upstairs now somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Rian's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Ryoshi's memories. Alright then, let's push through. Executing a command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it, though? I've actually seen people theorize that paper slip prescripts belong to either Poseidon or Nyx. Otis and her suspiciously shaped broken device she continually looks at. Alright, well, Dawn has the prescript's target, so... We're just gonna take the heat off of Dawn real quick. So fun fact about Index idiots, they literally cannot use their S3 until they hit High Grace, so it sounds like this is really easy to counterplay. They're some of the most snowballable enemies in the game. Lolamau.
단순해서 좋건 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
Hold on. Interesting. Is the prescript target? Okay, doesn't have any lore on it. Some of you may already be aware that the prescripts are delivered through various means. Of these, the paper slip is the most common place and the most preferred by many. Then the question we must ask is, how many forms might the prescripts take? Do they all flow from a single origin, or are there distinct entities behind each? Unraveling these mysteries is the purpose of the Society for the Research of the Index. Now, would you like to join us and explore the answers together? Huh. A modest blade, unassuming and unworthy of note. Yet, in following the prescript, the fulfilling of its directives, the aid of messengers that emerge from unseen places, the teachings of the proxies, it is slowly perfected into a weapon imbued with a singular uniqueness. It's singular because you can only bring one copy. It's singular because you play it, you play it singleton, Lamau. Yeah, these are weird. Let's study them like they're a separate species. Yeah, right? Some people even call it singularton. They don't, but they should. They could. That's terrifying. Not gonna lie, in hindsight, it makes sense the index is very Grecian. They're like a textbook mystery cult. True, true. Singular because if you ever join the index, you will almost guaranteed never get any bitches. Damn. 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 No bitches. Oh god, how many of them are there? Oh my god, there's 8 of these fuckers? Alright. Okay, just gotta fucking chunk through them as we go. We're very much snowballing over them as we go. That's true. Rien did in fact get bitches. The internet has declared it. I still subscribe to Philira, being the god of paper slit prescripts, as a god who entails the process of paper making. Huh. Damn, now I want a headcanon and index Aphrodite that is like those horrid matchmaking apps or whatever, and all our matches end up in death like in Myth. Incredible. Oh, did they just... Hold up, this writing is fire? R.I.P. Bozo? His writing is this fire? Overture on turn 4. The Hermes reveal has opened my mind to the possibilities. Divine revelation obtained, mind open to possibilities. You have learned the eldritch truth, God help you. Her writing. We didn't use a gender there, so this writing. I think the his writing comment after that was a general comment on that's just a meme. That's just a stupid fucking bit. No, I want to target this one. I own House of Leaves, and my mind has been open for a few years. Oh god. Inexperience. Imagine we get a God of War collab? Oh god. No thank you. Get that man out of here. A legitimate problem for this fucking city. I do not want to deal with fucking Kratos. I own the Hush house. I know the names of every hour, and I have written histories. Oh no. Cultist Simulator. I need to play Cultist Simulator. Oh, I see. That's how they fulfill their bits. We get Kratos Meursalt. God, yes, please. Is it Meursalt with his fucking shirt off?
어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
I'm just gonna play the get this motherfucker game. We already had one lunatic hellbent on killing everyone over their dead wife. We don't need a second one. Yeah, but what could go wrong? The new Heathcliff ID already has his shirt off. True!
이제야 회사가 정상으로 돌아갔네. 이번 제압은 끝이야.
아닙니다.
Everyone's yapping. Everyone's yapping. Oh. Oh god, that's right. They don't have fucking voice acting. What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dihui Star. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be Dihui Star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's there? Up the stairs. How do you know of Hush House? Have you played Book of Hours? No, I haven't. You were the one that made a Hush House reference. Hank over third coin sucks! If I remember correctly, the index enemies are purely neutral to everything. That is a little terrifying. I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs. Yeah, what the fuck is up here? Now we gotta know. It's God. God is coming. God is coming. Oh my god, we're only 2/3 of the way through. We might not finish tonight or today. We'll see. Repent. Lament. 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 Yeah, are they? Damn it, word said it first. Mord. Fuck. Okay, correction. They're neutral to all set affinities, but resistant / neutral to blunt and are weak to pierce. Might just be because we haven't hit them with it, but it looks like they're neutral to everything. Well, we also just don't know their speed range either, so. Oh, the body. Oh, yeah. There it is. I can't oppose that one. No, I don't want to fight you if you're gonna actually fight back. Oh, it's because Greg is the target. The index member themselves is nothing. They are beyond. Their body, though, is still meat. Clean up, clean up. Everybody beat their ass. Clean up, clean up. Put their bodies in the grass. Behold, the movement move. Hell yeah. You hit him with that one there, Greg.
임무 시작.
패턴을 파악하는 게 중요해. 집중 잃지 말라고.
그리고 일단 시작하면 끝나기 전까지 가는 거지.
Which of these guys actually... He was the guy who got an additional one from actually doing his thing, so we're gonna... We'll kill that guy. Listen, Yisung, just don't lose your clash. It's easy. Who was Yisung for? Down one. I can't fucking wait for Kanto 10. I just want to know what the fuck is up with Meursalt. That's real. I just want Meursalt content so I can auto him. One of the... one image of the two Nothing Matters images. We love it. Nothing matters. Nothing matters!
해야 할 고통.
이 정도쯤은 브레이크 슬랩!
Yeah, these rolls are, we're certainly rolling here today. The real question, does the index exclusively hire motherfuckers whose color palette is black and white, or do they condition all their members to paint their hair and skin into black and white color, into those color palette? Possibly a little bit of both. We're gonna kill that guy who got all of his grace. Over to... Kaboom! Yeah, the rolls of all time. That was an effective attack. Go get him.
제압 효과가 굉장히 좋았어. 기록적인 피해량인 것 같다.
Okay, we're getting them. That might keep bringing in the lads, but we're getting them. Is this surreal for jumping from anyone speaking Korean to hearing Amiya speaking Japanese? Yeah. Oh, that's why she's so fucking jarring. You're so right. That's why she always feels a little off whenever she shows up. Just like, hi, Amiya Arknights. Oh, so, Amiya, what do you mean out of 6 and Dante, like, you do the doctor? What does that mean? The doc is your adoptive dad. What? What are we doing here? Get him staggered. Get him, Kira. Bink, bonk.
평소보다 의욕적이야. 이런 분위기는 흔치 않아서 설레이네. 쓸데없이 흥분한 걸 수도 있지. 뭐 나쁜 건 아니기도 하고.
You gotta get the guys that actually have their 3 braces up. Oh my god. I am so fucking tired today. I don't know what that. I really needed to have like a little bit of coffee or something. I'm going to question these character dynamics as I find this writing good, even if I don't play this game due to my personal no gotchas rule. A very valid rule to have, honestly. Stab him. Stab him and drag him. That's because of a dog just chillaxing with me. The dog's just vibing. What is the dog doing? She's getting ready to fucking kill that guy. We'll kill that guy. Bro, you do not need to do all that work for a man with fucking 100 HP left. For a man with 6 HP left, like, come on. Oh, you're being bombarded by sleepy-ons. My boyfriend does the same thing to me. Yes, yes, that bit has been made. We're going back into the fucking building. Nocturnal sweeping. We're back in the fucking building again. That guy just exploded. That's one of the funniest ways that enemies die in this fucking game. The bleed just gone. Like, we do love a good aura slash, but like, man, it is really funny to just be like, bink, and then they just explode. Especially if they win. It's like, ha, I gotcha. Kind of a letdown with... Guys? Brienne's home. I don't think this is your home, man. Is the crib back there? Oh my god. Are those the same holes? Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. Right. Looks like just any other average family home. Oh man, I get cleaning up's a chore, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface of the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls too, though it seems like the place here has been abandoned for quite a long time. Ah, I see. Because Roland never had a kid, so this is Rian's house. But it looks ominously similar to Roland's apartment. Or Roland's home. Did something bad have happened in here? Yeah, something must have happened in here to cause the family to flee, and they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggested that. The open door, the single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I don't know. It's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is signed beyond recognition, is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. This reads of curses and divine punishment. Possibly. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse father, Rien. The last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling your details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. Me when a motherfucker comes into my house and signs all my photos beyond recognition. At least I know who it is. Ooh, that's ominous. So I have a theory that I think I talked about it with a few people. Hermes seems to be doing all of this, making all of these references to Roland and stuff like this, not for the benefit of any real in-universe reason, but rather for the sake of us, the player. That's fucking concerning. Me when a motherfucker comes into my house. Oh yeah. It feels like it's getting a little metatextual with them, which is fucking concerning. After leaving Rien's quarters, we explored the Index's corridor for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshu's memories back together. I mean, maybe Hermes wants to pocket Roland because Roland was a star of the city. Yeah, but there are things happening with Roland that, there are things that happened with Rien that only happened, for me it is, why did Hermes make Rien die in the same alleyway that Roland dies in an alternate reality? Like, the Roland was meant to get the bad ending, but didn't because he didn't. It's meant to happen to someone else theory. I guess? That's, like, it's possible, but I don't know. My theory is that it is for the benefit of us, of you. You looking behind the camera. You right there hanging out with your dog. Laying in bed with this playing on the other monitor. You potentially wanted to detour any possibility of the ally happening to Roland. The ally? Or the alley? I don't know. My theory still LA? The alley? Okay. You okay, Alex? You having a good time? Alex? Whatever. Also, thanks for going down this thought process and not skipping over it. He just signed Rion off as a Roland ripoff. No, that's what's fucking terrifying, is that he's not just a Roland ripoff. He's his own person that's being forced to mimic Roland. And, like, in my opinion, I think it's being done for us. Like, I think it is something that that the gods set into motion for the player, for the audience. I think they exist on a higher level than we realize. Because the way that things play out for no reason other than our own benefit, for our own witnessing, for us seeing it, that it happens. It's just weird. It's a very odd circumstance. I like Rien's character. Rien's character is really interesting. He's very much so. He also simultaneously manages to be just a Roland reference, and God bless that. That's fucking cool. We love Roland references, but at the same time, it's like fuck. Like, oh, it's so good. It's so good. I love it. That feels too meta. You feel me? I disagree. I think it feels exactly meta enough. I think this shit can get. I experience a lot of metatextual series. I read a lot of Grant Morrison early in life, so Grant, like, it's possible that I have a bias here, but my personal preference is media that does get that fucking meta, and I think it's entirely possible that it could happen in this setting, especially with all the stuff about what's it called? Like mirror worlds and stuff like that. We don't know enough about the gods to really say anything definitive, but that's the thing that I prefer. Great work. Now that leaves just the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Yeah, we've had to clear the cache of the game. That's a thing that happened. That's pretty meta. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Ah, okay. Glad we could help. Dante replies they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky nurse father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. Even though I was certain we'd traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room that help to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we really look hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone y'all have to meet too. Y'all have met too, I think. It was, must be another one who was severed by the Arayashiki. Damn, you might be right. His name is Ren, the Pinky apprentice. I tick-tocked, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. Ultimately, I agree that it may be too meta for KGH, but it wouldn't be out of nowhere. I still think it's possible. The gods are something that we haven't talked about, like, at all. Like, we don't know the context behind them enough to really definitively say yes or no or to anything. And this is just the theory that I like. It really is just the fucking back rooms? Yeah. So when you said back at K-Corp that you'd cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard shaking. The reviews were glowing. All of them were YUM, meaning yeah, unbelievably mouthwatering. The scabbard, Araya, was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshu's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school, with sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? Ah, yeah. Didn't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I meant sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? Because it's adorbs, that's why. That's a virus. Something like this? What's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real-life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, Kay? Isn't it all the SD once it gets down to the gullet? Why is this so important? But, Mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. IDU. Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. That's why you say IDK, Mom. SMH. These must be some of the happiest memories Ryoshu and Araya shared. Also, this is really cute. Holy fuck, girl. God damn. It's carved up the fucking... Like, that's... Jesus. It's the gashes in the fucking... the countertop. Holy fuck. The player is the star inside Dante's head through the golden bow. The gods are another star, and this is just an esoteric joke between stars using their toys, humans. Labubu. That knife is a bit of a joke. Yeah, I was gonna say, why is it serrated? That might be from Daihyo. Fair. It's a commonly telemarketed knife called a rose knife. Ah. That's a good bit. I still wonder what Beatrice will look like whenever she appears. We shall see. The sinners, me, and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. But for Ryoshu, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of her memories together by going over these places... Do you want to check out what's upstairs, too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Meursalt, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments... So there was someone guiding those whelps. Figured they'd send more than fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of the massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Wolf mask? It really is as Maestro Emily Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Fauves who we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. And the woman that everyone is very normal about, I wish it was a man, but the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of faux civility. You sure you're at the right address, lady? Yeah, no, those are some sizable gazongas. Robomonk's stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. Olga got fucking power crept? I could feel her intense gaze, even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. They are bigger than any other cannons in this universe. As a user of the Odyssey had a purpose put it, they are bigger than her head. Suddenly I was reminded of what Rien said moments before he fled through the corridor. Well, we let them observe us too freely. What? What is that? The Fauves got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu currently has possession of the Arayashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing, for once? My name is Rufo. Yoshihide, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Fauvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unaesthetic AM. This isn't a joke. This isn't a bit. They have been measured and they are in fact bigger. Well, they are a Fauves. Nothing to stop her from obtaining some Corporism lost any potential it had once Callisto decided to add a bunch of other styles onto it rather than refine it. As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufo's request with a current reply. Hey, word, have you seen the Limbus in a Nutshell video? Probably not. I don't watch a lot of Limbus content. And Araya, too, rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are our odds? I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she is a docent of the school of Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb, or a big sibling of the middle. Verily, that maketh her a foe who may surpass even Mercado's might, or, with a stroke of ill fortune, even Lei Hung. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Hung. Our chances are HOHOM. Half or more? I like those odds. Half or more. Dude, really? Outmoded. Has-been. Why seek out the odd of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why, everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His oeuvre, recovered from the house, were more tools than art, the sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferrety with which you've scarred the walls and the floor, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnants that dubs itself corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that, once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold. Unfettered like a beast that roams free, we dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call le fauve? These are the subject matters that have led us fauves into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, O wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him a teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the rings art. Or not. I can't remember. Then, will you? But I don't know. How do you move in a manner of how she moves in her attacks with her proportions? Very carefully. Papa Don is specifically noted by Don to seemingly be trying to lose and die. That doesn't mean that he wasn't powerful, is the thing. GQ and Papa Don are certainly the top end of things. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the sight you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each sash. Truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hewn. You have no thought to which each of those emotions signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Ryoshi readied her scabbard. Pointillists, fauvists, suprematists. Yeah, no. Blow raters, cubists. I've visited my share of the Ring's galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks and empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's, kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy. Anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct. The art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated anyway, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, The void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this, a minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Sangria. A bit too abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of a fauvism? Painters. We're the stubborn we're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I am afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of La Fauvisme, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Okay, I missed a lot of posts. Are we power scaling in chat right now? Kira would approve. I love how every time we get a new ring faction, we have a new list of ring factions, including one new one. First, it was the Supremacists when we were introduced to the Corporists. Now the Bleu, whatevers, when we're introduced to the Fauvists. I wish I could share the Hohenheim image from Canto 9 I have saved in chat. Succinct abbreviation naturally germinates rather immaculate art. I'm a bit socially stunted. Is Good Boy good? I really love how Ryoshi's art is so deeply personal to her. Yeah, it's pretty good. I do like the glowing vibe in her eye as well, being very similar to Ryoshi's. Anyway, about the Limbus in a nutshell, someone sent me the Ricardo meme of Konnichiwa, Minas Slimes. One of you took my tickets to Turkey. All the way back to her PV. Damn. Expression of primary colors. Okay, so she has one that does blue and one that does red. The Ring's Docent of Fauvism. Turn start. Gain 2 protection for every allied Fauvis student of the Ring. If this unit used Critique in this encounter, gain 2 protection and heal 5 SP instead, starting from the next turn. At lower than 15 SP, double the SP healing effect. If there are no allied Fauvis students of the Ring, gain 2 Fragile and reduce this unit's SP down to 0 instead. Immediately before getting hit by a skill that has 1 attack weight, if there is an allied student of the Ring, have the said unit take the attack instead 2 times per turn, excluding assist units. Turn end of the turn, this unit used Critique. If an allied Fauvis student of the Ring was defeated in this encounter, refill its vacancy with the same student. Oh shit. Okay. Every turn start, the student that refilled the vacancy due to this effect gains number of allies defeated of this encounter, fragile, and offense level down. I see. Combat end. Inflict 1 palette vibrante. Take plus stack times 5% damage from the Ring faction units. If the attacker is in the Ring School of Fauvism faction, take plus... Okay. Combat start, gain stack plus 1 bleed, sinking, bleed count, and sink. Jesus Christ. Combat effect, combat end, this effect expires. Have multicolor rouge and multicolor blue stacks this turn, round it down. Okay. So apply 1 stack to sinners that have rose, blue, and touch heride. Touche harid. While this unit has this effect, double the amount of HP and SP damage that this unit takes from bleeding and sinking. Oh god. Wolven claws, lynx claws, even those of turtles, so minuscule yet intricately arranged. What a bold expression. So if you have all of those, you take the super painting. Just outdamage the gimmick, easy. If target has 3, 6, or 9 or more, inflict... Oh no. Jesus Christ. Intrinsic is the outward appearance of each animal is a distinct purpose, and we les fauves are the ones who awaken and express the ferocity of what that we call wild beasts among them. Then we have mentorship. Randomly apply offense level and defense level up to allied Phobos students of the ring equal to the number of turns, including the clash turn each unit has survived. Oh god. Turn end, if an allied student is staggered, recover them from stagger. All attack type and affinity resistances for the students who recover from stagger due to this effect become fatal for the next turn. And then on turn end, if a student is in panic, heal their SP up to 45. Jesus Christ. Gain the effects of fixed panic. Turn end, if this unit is in panic, reset SP to 0. At less than 70% HP, gain a new pattern. Remove all effects other than those exclusive to this unit, and then first turn start a new pattern, gain Le Fausse Masque de Loup. Oh god. And heal up to 45 SP. Min and max speed go up by 1. Inflict 1 more bleed and sinking potency with skills. Before hitting, if target does not have sinking, inflict +2 sinking count. And before hitting, if the target does not have bleed, inflict +2 bleed count. One might ask what even distinguishes Le Fauve from factions such as Heishos, R-Corp, Pax, and more that incorporate beasts into their identities. A reasonable query, of that there is no doubt. To that I say, we are distinguished by the transcendence of beastliness into artistic costumery, while the Heishos have mindlessly jammed into their anatomies, disregarding their aesthetic qualities. Domain expansion, Princess Rhodia support passive. Hag energy so great that she unstaggers her allies too. Is this why the Ufi was in Wuthering Heights? They were trying to scout Heathcliff. Chat, who would win in a fight, Lei Hung or Jetstream Sam? They were part of the Shattered Pointillist movement that stuck with N-Corp due to their work on the mirror. She does have a unique line for if one brings Heisho into this fight. Oh, that's cool. They literally call the Heisho slop. That's incredible. Lei Hung, but it would be a close fight. Oh, they're kind of cool. Okay, so it seems like the gimmick here is kind of jump their dudes until they use, oh, shit. It's still kind of the same thing that we see in a lot of fights, just engage with all the hits and try not to die. Don't worry about the Heathcliff interview thing. I've heard enough about it as it stands. Bink. Bonk.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 전투법도 익숙해지셨네요.
All right. So it does seem like a lot of kind of kill a lot of the goobers, at least for these early parts of the fight. This may change as we go. Her invade sprite is rather inviting. Oh god. Chat's being very normal about him. Yeah.
자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
Damn. Oh, hold on, that's a new move. La Fauvisme Déchaînement Primal. Oh god. Oh god. That's gonna be a bit of a bitch. And by a bit, I mean a lot. Fortunately, she's the fastest fucking unit on my team. Hydrate. I don't have water on me. And we're in the middle of a fight, so don't redeem Hydrate, we're in the middle of a fight. A splendid technology indeed to transplant the power of a beast into the human body, but does it offer even a single merit beyond the motif it draws from? Well, we are getting outrolled right now. Granted, that's Priest Greg, he's fine. Like, I can pause the stream if you want. We can just stop making content for a little bit as I go get water. Oh, come on, girl. Come on, girl. Darn right. Darn right. Oh, oh. Okay, she's kind of beating our ass. This game is horny in a horny for freaks kind of way.
These are not the cool furries. These are the furries that take real animal cadavers, carve them out without cleaning them, wear their heads and pelts in 90F weather and march to the nearest petting zoo solely to terrify the kids and steal the animals.
I don't know that I've seen many furries like them. Oh.
키페리트. 당연한 걸 한 것 가지고 굳이 칭찬할 필요 없어.
Christ. Okay. Show motherfuckers has that stupid ass debuff. You do. You're using a defense. But one of you is staggered, so you're probably just dead. Rhodia, do you have the stupid ass debuff? No, you can clash with it. No, you fucking can't. Never mind. Do you have the stupid ass debuff? No. You're cool. Do you have the stupid ass debuff? No. Do you have this? No debuff, no debuff. Okay. What are you guys doing too? There's no new pattern here. Okay.
대가리 딱 떼도.
It's fairly obvious when they have the palette.
짜증나게.
Oh my fucking god. Christ.
아류탄초 경혈육수 찢겨라.
God, even after being fucking beaten in a clash, this thing does a disgusting amount of damage.
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그럼 네 발목을 잘라버리면.
Oh my god, she has 2,000 fucking HP. We're doing literally 0 damage to her. Why was he fighting?
이 정도쯤은 바이올렛.
Did I not use a fucking block on that? Anyway, bye, Greg. Shockingly, not actually.
단순해서 좋군 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
Okay, most everyone is debuffed. God. No one has any fucking sanity right now. Oh my god. Everything's hopeless. Yay, I love Limbus Company. This game's great.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I mean, is that not literally every fight in this fucking game? That you just die if you just get unlucky? Oh, you failed the fucking vibe check for sanity. I guess you just lose now.
모두 전멸했잖아.
Yeah, this is a sinking fight, which is just oh my
다음에는
god, I
좋은
hate
일이
these.
생길 거야.
Let's make a team for it. No, don't restart. Get me the fuck out of here.
약올리신 것 같은데요.
차라리
기세가 확연히
내가
달라졌어요.
직원들을 지휘해야 했어. 모두 전멸했잖아.
Yes, thank you for the math there,
슬퍼하지 마.
Alex.
다음에는 좋은 일이 생길 거야.
곧 감미로운 트럼펫
Alan
탄과
Ox.
비명
Whatever.
소리가
I don't
들릴
fucking
거야.
care.
잘나신 관리자 놈이 수습하겠다고 또 난리를 피우.
Okay.
꽤 재밌는 관람이 되겠군.
Do we just bring the Hey Show team in?
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
Hey Show team might work. Let's run them in and see if it works.
군주가 나선다.
보는 눈은 있네요.
You can leave.
유능한 인재는 흔치 않죠.
Bring Capo. Like I said, critique and Terra team apart even if one rule fails. I'm not mad about it. I'm happy Limbus fans have more hard fights like old Lei Hong. I fucking guess, man.
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
의로움을
특수.
잠깐. 이번 임무는 내가 나가.
Way.
이 주명을
걸맞는 곳.
We bring the rest in.
사냥감인가?
That's right. I was gonna bring Gregor in. Oh well. We're bringing Ryoshu. Fuck it. Not Ryoshu. Rodeo. I'm more used to Gregor on this setup than I am when Heathcliff releases. Critique is gonna be backfiring generationally. Hell yeah.
물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면
내가
달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
Yisung, is that you? Shut the fuck up. We're fighting. Who is talking right now, bro? We got ourselves a fucking yapper. God damn. In the Reflect trial, one of the changes is that she applied protection whenever she pulls a ring member to take a hit for her as well, making this phase even worse. Jesus Christ.
도끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 묘야. 길을 열어라.
I don't know what that fucking comment is supposed to mean, boysenberry. Gun fact misspelled. Gun ID is also Lord Liu of a skill 3 with a base power of 10. Yeah, I mean, listen, Lord Liu just has he has the forbidden pistol. He has the secret gun, my favorite card ever. In Reflect Trial, Bleed is limited to 3010. It is the least debuffed status. She's so much worse in there. Yeah, I'm not too surprised. This gun is actually a bun. Go, my mouse.
짜증나게. 원래 저렇게 악을 쓰는 놈들로
Did one of them actually die?
선물이 나옴.
Fuck. Alright. She has a concussion. Do we green? No, we don't green. Not yet. We're not green enough. It's not easy being green. Yeah, having some AoE hits in here is gonna help a lot. Kind of gonna be neutral no matter what we do. At least the music's good. As with every single time that the music is good in this series, though, I do ultimately wind up grumbling about the music if the fight goes on for too long. Yes, music good, but also, like, any track when played over the course of a fucking 4-hour high-focus intensity session is like, I'm turning this shit off. Not that that's what's happening here. Not yet, at least. Yes, hello, Reverb Ensemble. No, hello, fucking, the girl fight in, at the end of, whatchamacallit. What was I fucking saying? God, I'm so tired. Yeah, Silent Girl. Yeah, the Silent Girl fight in LOR was the biggest example of like, wow, this music's really good. If I hear it anymore, I'm gonna fucking scream. Like, that shit is the most fucking intense check of so much bullshit. I do not care for fucking Keta realization. The last fight in Keta realization, not for me, thanks. Oh yeah, that's right. Who of you has the silly debuff? Sorry, one sec. Responding to a few messages. Okay. You do not have silly color. Unless Heisho Bolus is the fucking silly color. Due to the ring status being so, due to the ring being so status-based, this fight snowballs out of your control very quickly. Yeah. Certainly seems like it. Who actually has her fucking mark? Hello? Did no one get it? What the fuck? You don't have it. But then who's flying the plane? If no one has, I thought she just automatically applied the silly mark. I thought I didn't have a chance. I thought I didn't have a choice in the matter. All right. Fucking get her. The people with Touch Hardy didn't have red and blue. Oh, okay. I'm beginning to understand. Your guys clashed very well by accident. I think you mean all according to plan, right? There's a lot of teams who can do this fight, like the ring team, good here because attack weight and HO for defense, but besides that, yeah. No, I'm just grumbling not because I'm delivering any kind of actually consistent criticism of the game here. I'm just grumbling because it's 5 hours deep into the stream when I already started out sleepy, and now I have to fight a fucking pretty difficult boss. We are dwarves, we grumble. It's a big set of keeping track of how many and what kinds of statuses are on people to make sure Vibrant Palette doesn't get applied as much as possible. Yeesh. Fang that snake. I may need to steal her, I may need to steal her fucking, image. Saw my friend get cucked out of Hong Lu's Tears of Tarnished Blood ego because of the status effects. Oh my god. Is that consistent? Do I need to worry about that? She is busting out the very intimidating piano. Also the fact that in Refrect Trial she can roll a 42 or 24 on critique. Fuck. So can the Rhodia ID? Oh shit. Yeah, the Rhodia ID is based on her, right? Do we have any idea of who the Meursalt ID is based off of? Just kind of the grunt. Well, of course. Fuck me. Why should he get anything good? Why would he get any cool characters? the dog. Kind of wish it was the owl, not gonna lie. No! Let it be a furry. I do love our additional DPS help. Kira. He got Lei Hong, he doesn't deserve more. Yes, he does. He deserves nothing but the best. That's the man right there! Okay, what is the... Okay, so if you have 3 of each, you get the debuff. Bro does not have 3 of each. Got it. You have... She has 4 of 1 of red, but not 4 of blue. So you can clash as well. Uma Musume, you're fine. Okay, those are the 3 checks that we needed. It's just with 3, 6, 9, you get higher. Oh, okay. So if you just have 1 of each, okay. Still, I think this combination is good, right? Because everyone only has the red. It's always red versus blue. I want a better clash there. I'm gonna give you Rhyme Shank. Why not? Go shank their rhyme. Go bust a rhyme, Shank. Well, there goes that guy. Oh, wait, was that the guy who was about to Rhyme Shank? Son of a bitch. Please don't cancel Rhyme Shank. Oh, shit. Roll good? Roll good? Fuck. No, Uma Musume! I failed my gacha roll. She really does just go like, hey, yo, get in there. She really does just... Fight this guy. Fight him. Her shadowed face is a classic. It's cool. Yeah, look at that. Oh, there's Rhyme Shank. Well, I can't shiver in the cold forever. Time to drop a bomb. Good job, Kira. And no one has... No, Dawn has the silly... Dawn has the silly... Horse has the silly... I don't think anyone else has the silly. Okay. And then everyone else. Don't like that that's hopeless. Why does she have ABS right now? That's also hopeless. Yeah, that's right. That's like not a clashing ego. I always forget it. That's gonna do representation emitter. Yeah, Lasho classing. Yeah, no, valid. No, that's on me. That's on me. Now it's me when I fucking get them. I also watched the same friend spend 2.5 hours getting Gaslight Gatekept Girl Boss by Secret Boss Valencia, so that was cool too. That doesn't surprise me. Secret Boss Valencia sounds like a fucking nightmare. Oh shit. Oh wait, that's right, we're blocking. $90 rolling evade, insta-kill disposal. Funny prank. Almost got our launcher filled up. Our launcher is filled up. Change places!
여기까지 가져왔어요?
Or no, wait, isn't it? I always forget how she works.
저는 조용한 게 좋아서.
Yeah, you want to retreat at this point. Yeah, you want to do it at 3+ launcher, but fuck it. Or I could use her big scary Crimson Spring skill. Yeah, I'm gonna do it for the attack weight. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is you get payoff for it having a shitload of launcher. Peckham. Peckham's? My goat, the best character in all of Wuppus? Oh, not that one. Yeah, at least the minions are getting progressively easier to just wipe. The 5 stacks of Vuln is like, oh my god.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Good roll, good roll. I carved the path of the Lord. Faust, girly. Girly pop. Mrs. Ma'am, come on. Need you to lock the fuck in.
무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지원했군.
And Reflect Shield gives them to protect when she makes them take a hit. I don't think they get that much fragile.
또 방심하다가 당하셨네요. 하지만 아직도
Poor
할수
fucking
있으신
Mao.
거 알고 있습니다.
Poor fucking Faust out here. Who doesn't have both of the silly debuffs? I kinda sleep!
불필요한 관심은
She's
사용하지.
leaving, so she's definitely not
불렀어, 지금?
clashing.
필요한 일 있으면 언제든지 말해.
He's only got blue. No, we'll see. Green for a green turn. He's got scary chicken buff. That means he's very powerful. Okay, we're not saving that for green turn. Ping pong. Yeah, sorry, Faust, you're too broken. You gotta go. Dude. Okay. 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 Jesus, man. Need you to lock the fuck in. At 41 SP, by the way. Crazy chicken bone, go! Damn, that chicken was crazy. And she's out.
잘했어.
Oh.
당연한 걸 한 것 가지고 굳이 칭찬할 필요 없어.
적을 물어뜯고
Now we have entered true furry mode. Okay. And this is the one that we saw. Takes 30% less damage from unopposed attack. Deal 30% extra damage from unopposed attacks. If the slot targeted by this unit's unopposed attack has 2+ aggro, reduce the incoming damage from this effect by 5% per aggro stack. Okay. Cool tanking. On Clash Lose, gain 1 damage up. On turn end or at attack end of a skill that hit a center, the damage up effect gain. Okay. Gain 8 bleed count to the whole team. Jesus. Okay. Turn start. Gain 8 protection. Every type of negative effect. Oh. Well, I hope the debuffs, the marks from Heisho work on that. On Clash Lose, after burst forth the pulsing crimson under your skin skill. Great skill name, just hate to fucking see that. Gain 2 Frigile from this effect instead for the next turn. Gain 1 defense level each time this unit is hit by a skill coin, max 20. Fuck. I don't like this part of the song. I don't like this part of the song. Do not wear the furry masks. They have integrated rabies injectors into them. Yeah. On Clash Lose during burst forth the pulsing crimson under your skin skill, lose 1 defense level each time this unit is hit by a skill. Okay, okay. Maximum pain tolerance dose. Uh-oh. One does not simply awaken the power of one's inner ferity by donning a beastly mask. The interior of each headgear worn by these artists is lined with a vat of needles dipped in the Fauves paint. This is oh wow, no, it literally has... that is canon. That was not a bit. That's not a joke. This is the paint of the ring, and these artists, regardless of their school, are all bound to use it. Cool. Yikes. What the fuck? Sure, it's fine. Just wait for her to pop super fuck you die nuclear ability. Okay, okay. Uh-oh. They're in reality a bunch of LARPing crackheads. Yeah? Did you guys know that Pigrita, in fact, means sloth? Girly. Mrs. Ma'am. What is this gameplay? A green turn with no green. Oh, I don't want to do it on Clash War right now. Games, but no games. Green turn, but no green.
사격도 적재적소에 알맞은 펜을 써야 하는 법이지.
Behold, an Archnight's reference. Get them. You have to deal with Sui dragons now, you simple bitch. It's so weird seeing that dragon show up, and that dragon has carried me through a lot of fucking fights at Arcnights. Hey man, those arc lasers do some fucking work. Damn, she's fast as fuck. Uh-oh. It's giving Rob Lucci, and I don't like that. Dragon disappeared from another world and caused a small scratch on a woman with a rabies mask and dipped. God, we love Limbus Company. Yeah, we need some fucking speed going on here. Get fast. Your rupture sacks are null and void, says Kira. It's fine. We're just here to press buttons. What? Who won? If all docents look like Rufo, I'd gladly wear the mask. The thrill of inspiration. That's not your crimson exploding chesticles or whatever. Can clash with this skill regardless of speed. Neat. Fire to plow +1 and deal 10% additional damage for every type of negative effect on the main target. Cool. Yikes. Oh no. Oh, I don't like it. Who has the least amount of negative effects? Lord Lou has sinking, and colors, and colors, and thunderer. Watch out for the thunder. Kira? Kira? Jake? Jake, help me out here, buddy. Jake? Jake? That's a lot. That's a lot of negative effects. Honestly, Heathcliff is probably our best bet. Why don't you sack that body there, buddy? Now we have a green turn. A green turn with green. Christ, Ryoshu. Give me something to fucking work with here. Oh my god, Dawn. Unlimited gluttony, but no gluttony. Unlimited green, but no green. We're starting to run low on fucking egos here. Got a lot of fucking green to work with. That's the good news. Bitch is gonna kill us if he finds out the park's taxidermy show is broken. Don't worry, Mordecai, I know a group. Later. Who are these guys? It's fine, don't worry about it. Okay, bye, Faust. I think a white gorilla has seen this before. The gorilla! Don't worry, Honglu will eat up the remains of the rabbit for his damage stacks. Yummy, yummy. More DPS. Delicious. Why Honglu's my goat. That's the hit him with the overhead button. She has a full screen approach that follows up with an overhead. What the fuck? A frame perfect overhead? What the hell? Get her, girly. We had a Heisho. Fuck you mean we had a Heisho? Okay, here we go. Prioritize the targets that have the palette. Does not trigger defense skills. On clash with the skill. Regardless. Okay. 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 Don't. So if you have the palette debuff, block. But we need someone without the palette debuff to throw hands. 5 paralyzed. Yikes! Okay. Is she? Nope. Never mind, girly. Is she? Girly. Who here has the funny debuff? You have the funny debuff. You must block. You have the funny debuff. Yes, you must block. You have the funny debuff. No. You may swing? It ends the turn right after, so like, I guess everyone kind of just blocks, right? That only deals 90% less damage when they have the debuff. And it does not trigger defense skills. I guess it doesn't really make a difference if I block or not in that case. Anyway. No funny debuff. Funny debuff. The chicken must block. No funny debuff. Alright. Behold the Crimson Strike launcher coming in. The Crimson Spring coming in. I believe one of her defense damage bonuses is a 500% increase if you have funny debuff and you don't defend. Please block if you have funny debuff. I'm on my fucking knees. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. She's fucking schmoovin'.
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다. 어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
한화 휴재. 개인의 골몰지 마시오. 전장에 전념하시오.
Oh, she doesn't even have like true tweak out mode right now. God damn. Motherfucker. Oh my god, he doesn't have any fucking... Why does your speed have to be like this? Who's taking the solo hit there? Lord Liu? Blunt? How you feel about you don't do that actually. Don's fine for a blunt hit. Why is this one struggling? Is it because of the debuffs? It's probably because of the debuffs. Just when you're fucking rolls. Aww. I actually hadn't noticed that they had changed her Zayn's voice line. That's pretty good.
목을 떨궈주마.
Sorry if I'm going a little quiet. I'm kind of locking in trying to beat this.
오, 적합한 판단이었어. 덮어놓고 공격하는 것보단 적을 잘 관찰하는 게 좋네.
Damn. Dawn, make her sad, I beg. I'm on my knees. Ow. She's fucking intense. Holy shit.
제압이 잘 진행되고 있어. 이대로면 큰 손실이 일어나기 전에 모든 게 안정화될 거야. 걱정할 필요가 없는 건 좋네. 잘했어.
불필요한 관심은 사용하죠. 저는 조용한 게 좋아서요.
Call her persona mid. No thanks, I don't wanna die. I love how all of my clashes right now are hopeless. That's really cool. I love looking at things that I can do in this game and then being like, actually, nothing works. Fuck you, die. It's really funny that you say not to backseat and then you backseat. You're not wrong, though. Yeah, but let's try it. Yeah, Ryoshi's still doing her thing. Yeah, simply gamble. Pop a bunch of egos and win the match. Easy. Yeah, but that's not content.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Bro? I will admit, this music does fuck. This is really good. Girly. I was gonna say, Girly, do not fucking do not throw this shit. Scotty powers activate. Form of a giant fuck-off anchor. Kia!
오호, 이럴 때는 이런 식의 공격으로 동료는군요. 기억해야지.
뭘 그렇게 끄적이는 거야, 미카? 실전에서는 다 기세라니까.
Oh yeah, that one-sided attack's a little rough.
판도는 유리하나
Ooh.
교만하면 뒤집어지는 법.
그래서 어쩌라는 거지?
Oh, it seems like he's gonna just get skipped.
꼭 말로 해야 하나?
Okay, time to go and make sure who's got
필요한 일 있으면
funny
언제든지
debuff.
말해.
Dawn does not have funny debuff. I chat him back with the milk. Hey, Bomb, how's it going? We're kind of in the end game at the moment. How you doing? Will aid work? AEDD? Not really. Ryoshu, do you have the funny debuff? Yes, Ryoshu must block. Lord Liu, how you feeling? Feeling debuffed, alright. For the furries. Alright, also with the debuff.
불렀어, 죽은? 필요한 일 있으면 언제든지 말해.
Rhodia does not have the debuff. How's Rhyme Shank looking? Looking quite shanky with the rhyme. Also, how's it going, Bob? How's your day treating you?
목을 콱 물어버리자. 그래도 언제나 추월할 수는 없으니까.
봐, 어렵지 않지? 이미 관찰 기록에 있는 유형대로만 공격하면 되잖아. 짜증나. 관찰 기록을 잘 읽은 것 같네.
God, she's so fucking cool. Goddamn. Alright, so far, hell yeah.
위험을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 좀 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
Wait, Ego Corrosion did not go off because she end turn, yeah. Tee, Eto Bleh. I think we just get her. Blood Flame Massacre. That's my guy. Okay, I think we get her here. Oh my god.
이제야 회사가 정상으로 돌아갔네.
Whew!
이번
Fucking
제압은
Christ.
끝이야.
There goes the
너희들도
fight.
고생 많았어.
Yippee!
티페리트, 너도.
No, don't say that. Don't say the secret third phase. Don't curse me with that.
길을 남겼군.
I got a gold training ID
빗물진 길을
ticket.
보내지만
Hell yeah.
세월이 지나면
Good
홍로는
memories.
그제야 알게 되겠지.
Good beans. Good
이
crops.
홍로가
Gah. See, you're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. I already answered that. But you'll need time. Under the Fauvist's wing, at least until you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. All story from here, unless you want to do the Refrect trial. I don't. Not right now. I may do it another day. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, and slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for... Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were gonna be succinct. Ah, thus we are made foes with yet another finger, the ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the Fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro, I was fighting my ass off out here! Herr Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. That is more like it. Won't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore, long as we're with Clock. Ha! Don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand behind the executive men. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be so much stronger, like Audis or Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we've got a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who is 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked out through the door we'd entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and back streets. Ha! So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traverse is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Freedom motif. Yippee! Yeah, the fingers are probably going to beat us to death at this point. Cross the broken door we might, however. It avails us a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor before it returns us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Rhodia. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of the L-Corp branches or a dungeon, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search, then. No need. If there's no exit, we cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories, too? Deal with that yet? No, the sword, it still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Oi, wait, don't be so bloody rash about it! Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. Don't worry, Mommy, I'll erase the memory of you giving me a Labubu for this, but you owe me. Don't be rash. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of the doors, those doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at greater risk, that of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders right into this room. That wolf lady's last words? Man, I'm seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshihide or OP Sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, HC. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remains still. The white blade soon reveals itself, and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Araya Shiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Ryoshu's memories. Ah, we were really getting somewhere. The thin strands of Arya's images, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once more. Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay. We'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad, as her voice faded into the gentle dark within Ryoshu's memories. Damn. That's brutal. Maybe one day she'll be able to get all those memories of her daughter back together. Maybe one day. Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us. And not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. I'm only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What? What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that our bosses are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? Aha! I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L-Corp has already fallen. W-Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W-Corp. We call Limbus Company the aspirant L-Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L-Corp, the current W-Corp's still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking?
Either way, a much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can only...
That isn't Among Us, holy fuck.
I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration.
After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base, and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict, so we instead decided to have Ryoshu's memory and sword re-examined. Oi, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet, Assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryoshu sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up, glasses. Ain't gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround and therefore deserves your appreciation. I've been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicated had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, "STFU!" Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns hounding him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis, and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I am attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. Ha! You think Yoshida would ever use known acronyms straight? What if it's something like sheesh, that's a full day, unwind after work though? And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. Still better than MTL in some ways. How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost as though it were giggling. Very well, then I'll get right to it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with Manager Sode? Effie? I would have asked in the past tense had it been him who I was referring to. Glad Miss Sode wasn't here for that. That kid. Right, I don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name? Among other miscellaneously deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. Fie upon it! Dost thou say that the memories of most precious to young Ryoshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that? If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days' worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Arayashiki, or to be more precise, the power of Araya's ego. That's so. Ryoshu looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Araya in Ryoshu's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Sinner Ryoshu's memories are to be erased at the cost of using Arayashiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryoshu regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer? She can use it as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories? I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking. It was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seemed to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It became rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshu said, forgotten, but not lost. Glock, you've just stepped foot into the world of sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles, then scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. What used to be here in the pockets of void in my heart, my one and only. Ryoshu's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't like spending those days idling. We visited Sode and Pilot in recovery. Did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. But with all the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long, kind of feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Yay! Ha! Bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Heh. Between the two individuals, who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked Team Leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close to possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door, and it will bring you right to an empty spot on a highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there is a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nods. So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did you? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had to help, some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to the... right. The person in charge of that training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I'd expected it to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshihide? What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, SYL. Did I do that right? Acronize it to L, and call me Ryoshu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus and... No sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer toward a blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Oh right, where are we headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius. Ah, now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say that it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to Encore. So we are going there, after all. Encore. Plenty of faces I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with Encore. Meursalt, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, suddenly flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing. Vroom vroom. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. Alright, and that's the fucking Intervallo. Okay. That was... That's okay. I'll be honest, it was a little... I feel like the title of the event really kind of goes to show what it is. It's tying up loose ends. It's kind of just a... Get that clip of Ray Ray. I don't give a fuck. It was alright. It was okay. I mean, stuff happened. Like, it was good. The fight was neat. Like, it's okay. It's an okay little bit here. I'm glad to see some things get oh, this is the scary fight. Oh, what rewards do you get? Oh, if you clear it quickly, you get more rewards. Okay, yeah, we'll have to try that out. Yeah, I mean, wrapping up Ryoshu's story, yeah, due to how fucked it was due to know before Intervallo, this Intervallo kind of existed to sort of resolve all of the things that were occurring with, oh, this little guy. All the things that were going on with Ryoshu during this Intervallo. Or during the Kanto. And addressing a few things that we just kind of... This was a really chill one. This one was not like... like, we kind of needed something like this, I'm not gonna lie, because, holy fuck. That shit was a lot. A lot of elephants, yes. We have finally shook off the Arknights collab, and we are moving forward. Hiroshi was hitting that Labubu joint while the Ring was smoking that Ralala pack. Dante was hitting the moves, and Kira returned to being Kira and chugged Mountain Dew. Those are all words. I was gonna say I might do requesting your most unsolicited advice. Your most rigorous unsolicited advice. That's real, honestly. But yeah, it was fun. It was a good time. It was pretty chill. Definitely not like my favorite Intervallo, but like we needed something like this after the pretty fucking intense and crazy stuff that we went through with the last Kanto. We needed a little bit of breathing room before we get into the next one. In terms of streaming things for the future, I'm gonna be wrapping up here in a minute because holy fuck, it has been 6 hours. I'm not sure when we'll stream next. I would like to do, for my next stream, I would like to take care of some of the side things in Limbus Company that I haven't really done. I haven't done the rerun of Line 1 for Refraction Railway. I haven't done anything with Extreme Mirror Dungeon stuff, and I might do the Refractal fight. The fight was pretty good. The fight was pretty solid. Other than that, I do want to maybe sometime here soon get a little bit more consistent about my streaming schedule again. I've been very lax with it recently. I'd like to maybe see if I can find a time slot at night that I can consistently do. We'll see, though. My nights are a little variable most of the time, so I'll look into it. I'll update you guys if something happens with that. Additionally, I anticipated the Archipelago going up again sometime soon. I think either today or tomorrow, depending. I'll do it today if I have the energy. I might not have the energy. But I'm going to put up the call for, hey, in a week, we're going to start Get Me Your YAML before then. So, yeah. Fun time, good content, looking forward to more. As always, you guys have been wonderful, and I look forward to doing more content for you in the future. Have a good rest of your day, and I will see you guys again real soon in the Discord and around in places like that. Have a good one. Bye-bye.